And it looks like we are live. How's everybody doing? Happy New Year. Happy 2022. Trying to get rid of 2021. All right, let's see how we're looking over here on this side. It says I'm live. Let's see if this is going through. All right, let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's working all right on this side. It says I'm live. Let's see if this is going through. So that should be pretty good. Got one person watching. Hello, welcome. Unless it's counting me, I don't. Okay. Well, it always does this. So hello, hey, you've returned. Hello, Uncle Boozy. How's it going? Happy New Year. It's going a little early tonight. So thank you for coming by. Yeah, it's okay. Now nobody's. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Sometimes it says people are here. Other times people aren't here. I guess I'll just pretend like people are here. And let's see. See if this is going to work. So is that coming through? Hello, beautiful Vibe Dynamic. Let the good times roll. Let them knock you around. I don't know if you just hear me or I don't know. Let them make you do this. Let them leave you up in the air. Let them brush you rock and roll. And let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Oh. Let the good times roll. There you go. The salesman. Let the stories be told. Let them say what they want. Oh, you mean Rush? Let the photos be old. Hello, Sandy. Let them show what they How's it going? Happy New Year, everybody. Let them leave you up in the air. Let them brush, rock and roll. Let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Oh, won't you let the good times roll? Good times roll. So how's everybody's New Year so far? If the illusion is real, let them give you a ride. If they got under the peel, let them be on your side. Oh, it doesn't look like it's going through. You might be hearing it from my microphone. I don't know. So she's doing better. She's doing better. We're all doing better. We're all doing good. It's been a while since I've been on here. I didn't remember how to do this anymore. Just took a little bit of a break. Gonna get back into doing this some more. So, so yeah, it just
Wasn't sure if anybody'd show up. I know people have things going on, so I figured, I'll just see if anybody's around, see what's happening with everybody. So this is the very last day of 2021. And some of you guys may already have had New Year's already. It might be 2022. Where I am, we are still about 42 minutes away, roughly, looking at the clock. So, yep, 2021. What stands out to people? What things, good things, bad things? All these websites. It's been an interesting year. The end of the infernal year. There you go. Yep. The end of 2021. So, there's some good things that happened, some bad things. I guess a good thing is if you're here in the chat, then you are doing well, doing better than a lot of people. So if you're here, you're alive. So if you're not here, you might be somewhere else, or you might be dead. I don't know. I shouldn't say that, but it's good to see everybody that is here. And here's to 2022 being better than 2021. It just seemed like it was a continuation of the last year, at least the first half of the year, just all kinds of nonsense going on. So, and it seems like things are kind of leveling out in spite of everything. And I'm sure everybody's heard Betty White. She passed away earlier today. So we lost a lot of people in 2021. Every year it seems like we lose quite a few celebrities and whatnot, and then we gain some new friends and do new things. So I'm looking forward to 2022. Honestly, I'm hoping it's going to be a lot better. You just realized it's 2021. Yeah, if it's going to be 2022. It seems like you get used to writing the year with just all the way through with not thinking about it, not making mistakes, usually after the first couple months. Sometimes you might have one of those days where you still find yourself writing the previous year back around May or something, but then you're fine. But now we got to learn how to write twos instead of ones again. 2022. But that's just how things go. And we got to get a new backdrop for this. Replace this. Hello, Eric. How you been? Happy New Year. See, now Eric's in the Midwest, so he got to celebrate New Year's a couple hours before we do. So hopefully 2022 is looking pretty good where he's at. I think Australia is probably the first place that gets it, or New Zealand, one of those places. Places right by the international date line, so they're able to know what's going on, Happy New Year. There you go. I haven't talked to you guys for a while, so everybody have a nice Christmas. Seems like Christmas is a long time ago, but then it was just only a week ago, I've been on vacation all week, just not doing anything at all, so. $2022. Oh, there you go. Oh, man. You're a good guy, but I only let the missus have a wrench. I've had a couple people actually one person that I gave the wrench to on 2 different occasions, and they just went rogue and kicked everybody out of the chat, and I think people are still mad at me over that. So Nothing personal. It's just one of those things. All right, hang on a second here. Let me do something. I'm roasting tonight. I thought it was cooler because I was outside. There you go. Appreciate your understanding. Yeah. She's the only one I can trust with the wrench these days. Just the other night it happened. The guy was in here for a while and he's like, oh, I got it. Can I post something? Let me have a wrench from it. Okay. The next thing I know, people are getting timed out 300 seconds at a pop, which is not long. It's only 5 minutes. But still wasn't cool. And I know some people got mad at that. And then they left and never came back. So that's what happened there. Here we go. Oh, it's much better. All right. There we go. I was just taking off. I had a thermal on underneath because I was outside. It was cold, and now it's better. Yeah, I trust her. She's the one who's always welcoming people in here, making sure everything's just right. She lets me know if it gets blurry. She does all this stuff, letting me know what's going on. So I got that going on. So that's good. Exactly. If you can't trust her, who can you trust? So there we go. Yeah, I was trying to sign up with this thing earlier called Epidemic Sounds for music, but it's like just looking through it, I don't know. I'm doing the trial to see if it's even worth getting to have some background music and stuff, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. Let me do this. Doesn't show anything. Okay. Stop sharing. Okay, there we go. So go with that. And yeah, it gives you some choices of music to use and stuff. And I don't know, trending, corporate. I think it's just all canned music or something. Disco's always good, right? Let's see if this plays. "36 minutes, right? All right, let's see here. I think this is just a bunch of music by unsigned artists or something. I don't know. Then you got sound effects for different things. So if I'm on here and I want to feel better about myself, I just go.
All right. Yes.
Oh, there you go. Sometimes, yeah, I've seen that happen. All right, let's go. Let's put this up here. So I was going to do a poll, but I decided not to. I was going to go, let's close that. Because I know sometimes people talk about, what's your New Year's resolution? And, sometimes people make resolutions. Sometimes I go, I don't want to make resolutions. If I feel like doing something, I'll just do it. I don't need people patting me on the back. But, sometimes people need encouragement, stuff like that. Hello, Top Cut. I know, strange. Yeah. It's strange, isn't it? So yeah, I got to replace this. In the meantime, I'll probably put up the the Harry Potter Universal Studios looking street scene or something. Or get a nice wintry background. Maybe. Okay, let's see. Where are we at here? Happy New Year's. So maybe I'll get a nice background that looks kind of something like this. Something nice and cheery. Something like this. You're not going to lie. Things could be a whole lot better. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully things will get better as the year goes on. The mighty Overlook Hotel. So that's what I was saying, you know, there's 2022, so maybe that'll be your year. Maybe that'll be the year when things happen the way they're supposed to happen. Yeah. Yeah, we're sorry to hear that. And like Eric, prayers for improvement. Yep. Top Cop says it's a year of hope. Let's hope it's going to be a good year, because it just seems like the last 3 or 4 years have just been kind of a just continual downer of sorts. But you know, like I said, hopefully this next year coming up will be a lot better than the past couple of years. I know it's been rough. It's been rough for a lot of people. Some people have had okay years, and other people have just been devastated, you know. Thinking about people with the fires going on in Colorado and flooding different places, the tornadoes that went through. Just it's been a heck of a year. It has been one of those years. So here's to 2022. So what we need is some good news. Some very, very good news. Hearing the coyotes outside. We got coyotes, all kinds of stuff going on. So let's see. I've been increasing my it's about all you can do. Just be realistic with expectations, and you know, hopefully things will improve and get better. So how's your daughter doing these days? She have a good Christmas? I gotta build a shelf, I think. Hey, Jeffrey, how's it going? Good to see you. just rearranging my pops. I got some new pops. These ones I had. This is Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. Jimi Hendrix Monterey Pop with the burning guitar. You can probably see it better that way. There we go. That's your New Year's resolution to help all your friends gain 10 pounds. So you look skinnier. There you go. That's good. Then I got, for Christmas, I got Jimi Hendrix in his military type coat that he's been seen in lots of pictures wearing. And then Jimmy, turn around here. Jimmy live at Maui. So I got the set. Hello, Cindy. How you doing? Happy 2022 to you as well. Oh, she's walking around, knocking things over, speaking, punching you when she doesn't get to what she wants. There you go. Feisty young one there you got. Oh, you got the new gas tank. That's cool. That's a big plus. Yeah, we're both glad to hear that her health has gotten a lot better. It's improved quite a bit from last year. And Jeffrey says, my wife still hasn't told me what my New Year's resolutions are. There you go. There you go. They'll let you know. Just a matter of time. So, yeah, I've never really been one to do New Year's resolutions. I just try to be a better person than I was the year before. Doesn't always work out, but yeah, I try. Have some good days and some bad days. But, you know. Holler. Happy New Year to everybody. Even though it's been cool, it's dry. I find myself like being real thirsty these days. Goes in one ear and out the other. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's funny. It's like sometimes people make resolutions and to do certain things and stuff, and it's like, you know, I don't know. There's always the big push for gyms and stuff where they get a lot of people signed up. This is the year I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to lose this extra weight and I'm going to be the best me I can be. And they sign up for a bit, and then about February, March, the gyms start emptying out and people go, they just decide it's too much work. So there you go. It's running, but the rusted and putting a strain in the filter. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. It's got the new tank in the Mercedes. That's good. You want to keep the junk out of the motor. That's for sure. Keep it running. If you're get ready to hear the idiots shooting guns in the air. Yeah, that doesn't happen too much. We're pretty remote, but I know other places it's like a war zone. It gets crazy. One area where I used to work, I've shared this before, but it was in a metal building, and you could actually hear things pinging off the roof. It was pretty scary. And I was working nights, and that was usually like the way our days fell and stuff going in, like it's usually like 4th of July weekend going in the following day, but I have to go in the night of the 4th if it fell during the weekday, and it's like a war zone, things blowing off, hear guns and hear bing bing, things whizzing by the door. It's like, oh, okay, this is this is not fun. But Happy New Year's, hypervigilance, can't even talk. Happy New Year's, Eric. Happy New Year's, Jeff. Happy New Year's, Uncle Boozy and Cindy and all the other people who are watching. Sometimes I notice I get people watching and they won't leave anything in the side. Maybe they're just listening. Maybe they're busy doing other stuff. They're playing whatever games has replaced Angry Birds on their phone, and they're just kind of listening to what's going on here. So yeah, even in Texas, yeehaw, pew pew, bang bang. yeah, it's pretty bad. Sometimes it seems like you hear the crack of like 22s or something, and then you hear fireworks, and then you hear more cracks, and then sometimes you'll hear just this really loud boom, like somebody rolled out like a Civil War cannon or something. Hello, Sapphire Blue. How's it going? Happy New Year's. We're just talking about how we're looking forward to getting rid of the old and in with the new. And we have Baby New Year here too. Do I need to show Baby New Year? Hello, Warren. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to everybody. Yeah, we've got Baby New Year. Let me grab the little tyke. I'll be right back. Let me grab him. He's his top hat on. Now his hat was too big. We put fiberfill in his hat. Now his hat won't stay on. Let's see. It says Happy New Year, and he's got on a diaper, just like the real Baby New Year. So take him back over here. There we go. Yeah, hot glue gun would do the job, but he's we got him for Halloween, and then he's been dressing up for different things. He was a pilgrim for Thanksgiving. He was Jack Skellington for Christmas, and we're gonna get him a bow and arrow so he can be Cupid for Valentine's Day. Just I don't know, having some fun with him, I guess. I don't know, just something fun to do, something weird. It is what it is. But yeah, hot glue is a miracle worker. You can do all kinds of things with hot glue. Can take care of so many things and fix so many things. So yeah. Keep him around for Mardi Gras. There you go. Yeah, he'll still be around. Dress him up for all the special occasions and all the other ones. Just keep a theme going. I know sometimes people keep their Christmas tree up for a while and decorate it for different events going on. So I figured, we could do the same thing. That's right. Keep your bones moving. Moss does not grow on old bones or something like that. Got to keep those bones moving. Let's see. So let's see what else. Vinyl. I was going to show off some vinyl I got, but I know this is probably not the place for that. Does anybody collect vinyl? Anybody collects music stuff? Anybody collect anything? Oh. What do I have planned for New Year's? Just staying safe, really. Just staying out of trouble, staying safe, and trying to make it through another year. Can I show the ball drop at 12? Yeah, I think. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, we can probably show that. All righty. Have to find one with a countdown, I guess. Show the ball drop. Yeah, it already dropped in New York. Yep. I was just looking right there. It looks like a lot of people have already left. But I guess we're supposed to have some new laws go into effect here in California, which is always fun. So, oh, Vegas is already having their thing. Or is Vegas on the same time as us? Yeah, COVID-19, Delta, and Omicron. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. Okay, the replay. Yeah, I can show the replay for there. But yeah, I got some more. I'll show them since we're here. I got some records. This is fairly new. This is House of Golden Bones. This is put out by Corey Taylor and his guys there. Jimi Hendrix. And then I got 2 albums. These are reissues, but these came out in like the early 80s. You have X, Los Angeles, and X, Wild Gift. We just got those. So adding to my collection little by little. So little by little, adding to the vinyl collection. That's what I do. And again, I always find stuff as I'm moving stuff around. I'm always finding new things. Found some DVDs that I forgot I bought back in October. I mean, I knew I bought them, but I just put them off to the side and was doing other stuff. Things get busy. Things get very busy. So let's see here. All right, we'll get that queued up, ready to go. It's almost time. It's not quite time yet, but it's getting closer. It's getting close. I lost. Yeah, I lose stuff all the time, then I find it again. So it's good. It's a good thing. So like it gets me excited. So I misplaced this, and I found it again. Micro SD card. Can never have too many of those. Those are always handy. Those are always handy to have. Record your music on them and all kinds of stuff. Got CDs and albums and various things. Yeah, so I'll show the ball drop here in about 10 minutes. What's the forecast for tomorrow? Let's see. Really? Wow, that's crazy. Oh, that is nuts. That can't be right. Okay. Yeah, the weather map I had said it's supposed to be 80 degrees tomorrow, and I'm like, no, that's not right. It's supposed to be about 58 for the high. That's what they're saying. So it's not too bad. You live in a small area. You just start shuffling stuff around and you misplace them. I think, yeah, the area that I'm in right here, there's not a whole lot of room. I need to expand. I keep saying that. So maybe that'll be my thing for the new year, to kind of make things more efficient. But it's like 8 feet this way and like what is that, about 3 feet this way. So yeah, it's scary. Just got to be on top of things, and so usually my tables just turn into, like in my area here, the tables I have just turns into a catch-all area where it just catches a little bit of everything. CDs. Yeah, I'm getting into more vinyl. Still have a bunch of CDs and stuff, and I want to get all my CDs ripped and stored onto my computer just in case anything happens. Hello, Winky. It's been a long time. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you. Great thoughts. There you go. Thank you for that. Making new memories that harbor deep within your heart. Yes, exactly. Exactly. All right, Sandy, have a good night. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you. Yeah, we need to get more organized. That's probably our thing for 2022 is just to finally get more organized than we've been. So I stopped losing stuff. Yeah. Hello, Karen. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Hopefully the house is coming together pretty well and you guys will be able to move in really soon. Happy New Year to you. So yeah, sorry it's we're not dragging anybody in here because that's usually I know what the other channels do. We'll talk about certain individuals again and again and again. It's like, nah, that's not my thing. So never has been, never will be. Getting closer and counting the days. There you go. That's always exciting. The moving's always kind of a drag, but the excitement of being somewhere new and new adventures, that's always good. That's always real good. So still got a few minutes. Looks like for the waiting for the ball drop. So happy New Year's. We did get some things sent off. I don't know. I don't know. Oh man. Yeah, it's just doing stuff. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing. Every time I plan on doing something, I don't know. I get distracted real easy. It's the story of my life, and I'm sticking to it. Let's see here. Okay, the ball drop. That's why we need wives. That's right. Need wives to keep us in line. The ball drop. I know. I got it right here. Look, it's right here. It's ready to go. It's only a 40-second one. Let me find a better one. I think we're still early. She's saying we're late. I think we're early, though. Oh. She said it's after 12. It's not 12 yet.
She's in channel 7.
All right. Trying to tell her I'm trying to find it. Live replay. Channel 7. I can't find it. All right, let me just get rid of that. Wow. I know. I remember what it's called. All right. Oh, they're charging me. What? I don't. What? This is not. No, this is not working. Why did it bog down like that? Am I still on? Am I still live? Looks like I'm still live. Okay. This thing's not working the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, I know that's what it is, but it's not letting me show it. I think she's able to watch it because she's got Hulu on her TV, her computer.
And we are at 11.
Okay, she's not watching it. 1 minute. All right.
59. More than 32,000 LEDs can create 16 million colors and billions of patterns. The giant 2022 stands 7 feet tall. And we've got 50 more seconds left in this year until we turn the page.
Alrighty.
Get ready. Grab someone you love. Grab someone you know as we get ready to celebrate here in Times Square. Look at the clock. We are at 30 seconds. You can hear it here in Times Square. You can feel it here in Times Square. People are ready for 2022.
You can't, it's
We
not
are
there.
20 seconds out.
It's. Look at my screen.
15. And let's get ready to count together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! We did it!
Yay, Happy New Year. All right, it came through. Oh, man. Need to take my StreamYard away. Yay, finally came through. Happy New Year. So that's that. It's new year, new possibilities. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. I'm hearing popping right now. Usually they'll start popping things off, and it usually lasts about an hour or two. I'm surprised our neighbors didn't have a get together. Seems like every year they always do. So that was your third. Okay, your girlfriend's is 11 today, and then you shared it with her on video chat. Okay. Happy New Year. What's going on outside?
Some fireworks.
Fireworks. Oh, they're just using fireworks. At least they're not using guns. Good night, Karen. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in. Let's see here. It's not line. Believing. Sound like we're at 12. It does. It does sometimes. Sometimes people get carried away with stuff and they just start blasting stuff like crazy. That's never good when that happens. People just get too carried away sometimes. Like that. All right. All right. Yeah, I think somebody just blasted something outside. Yeah. Is that a party popper?
Yeah.
Yeah. Confetti cannon or something. That was that. Alrighty. So 3 New Years. Yep, he had 3 New Years. It's New Year, new hope. Looking forward to new things. That's for sure. That is for sure. Closes. So it's good times. Yep. Good night, Karen. We'll see you next time. And let's see. Yeah, I haven't done any videos for a while. Get tired of sharing the same old videos that I've done. I just need to get, I don't know. I just need to do some new stuff. Stop sharing all the old videos. Show us something funny. That's what I was trying to do. You know what? Let's do this. That's what we always do. Craigslist ads. Not yours. Not yours. Hello, tribe. How's it going? All right, let's look at this here. Not much is up. It's still still the same thing. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's blow this up a little bit bigger. These are These are the weird things found on Craigslist. All right, let's do this. My girlfriend does not like my Beagle Molly, so I have to rehome her. She's a purebred from a wealthy area, and I've had her 4 years. She likes to play games, not totally trained, has long hair. She's a little high maintenance, especially the nails, but she loves having them done. Stays up all night yapping and sleeps while I work. Eats only the best and most expensive food. Will never greet you at the door after a long day or give you unconditional love when you're down, but does not bite, but she can be. Oh, yeah, I figured that's where it's going. All right. Okay. And this is Kevin and his timeout tank. Okay, this is not as funny as I thought it was going to be. All right. Never mind. Never mind. That was not really that interesting. All right, let's look at this. All right, this is something different. Okay, we haven't looked at this one yet, so let's look at this. This is people sharing the weirdest things they found. We're looking at things people found in thrift stores. It says, I see all your sassy teapots, and I found something even more sassy. It's the sassy grandfather clock. That's pretty. Oh, why am I doing that again? There we go. There we go. Sassy grandfather clock. It's kind of weird. Keeps time, but it's kind of weird. Okay, new thrift store find. This sweater let everybody know you're a fun guy. Oh, I get it. It's mushrooms. Yep. Pretty ugly shirt. Found this around the vases at Fabulous Finds in Port Charlotte, Florida. Did not know it was a hat. Was delighted to find it and take it home with me. Well, there you go. Just pop it down. That was a demon clock, wasn't it? That was, yeah. Alrighty. Mushroom shirt. That's pretty nice. Styling and profiling in the mushroom shirt. All right, there we go. There's the vase holder that turns into a hat. I think it's made of corrugated cardboard or something. Can you show me videos? I'll try. I'll try to find some videos. Hello, Rocky. How's it going? Happy New Year. Okay, it's not really that one. That's probably gonna give me a strike. Don't want that. Alrighty, let's look at this. Oh, you dozed off? Oh, no worries, no worries, no worries. All right, this is the best animal videos of 2021. Bigger there. Make this full screen. There we go.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Hey, don't run from the Lord.
Y'all gonna have to wait a minute. I'm talking to my big dog.
It's the monkey.
Oh my god. Sometimes you throw shit at Kevin. Who's Kevin?
Kevin.
Don't tase it. Don't tase
Is that
it.
Jeff, the hot cop?
Please eat that. Thank you.
Sit back, sit back. Come on.
All right, they always put those in there.
One baby spots me filming. His walk totally changes. 2. Mr. Cool.
Hey!
Oh my God! Hey, Cookie, no! No, Cookie, you're gonna drown! No! Come here! No! Stop! No! Get out of the background!
Mama said that it was okay. Mama said that it was quite alright. What are you doing? Actually, she specifically said not.
That's cool.
How in the fuck?
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain.
This f***ing bird. Ready? 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 This mother.
I got a deer come jump in the damn car. Come on, boy. You gotta let me get out the mother first.
ونروح قدوس أمان ونروح قدوس يخرج يجيك غير ما تبدا بلاكي
You can't come in. Neither one of y'all can come in. I'm sorry.
Mad doggos! Mad doggos! Doggos!
Gracias.
You just sneezed in my Cheez-It box. Give me it. Where? Oh!
Cut it out. Wait, Colonel.
Jesus, wait. We gotta...
Oh, fake ass bitch.
What was that? Did mommy blow raspberries on your belly? Do you like them? Do you? You want me to do them again? Did I do it again? Do you like them? You crazy.
Olha lá. Olha lá, olha lá, olha lá. Ó, se liga. Olha a merda que o cara arrumou. Olha a merda que o cara arrumou, mano. Olha lá. Olha o tamanho do búfalo. Tá destruindo o carro do maluco.
I want waffle fries.
Watch your head. Watch your head. Watch your head. Lower your... Okay, you're not learning too quick. Alright, watch your head. God. Hey! Stop!
Seja nervoso. Ei! Urso.
got like 10 French fries in his mouth. Have another. How many French fries can you eat? Have another. Oh, he dropped one. Come get this one.
Good morning,
Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. What you doing? I'm checking your hood. You're screaming. Why are you screaming?
So it's the middle of the day. I replaced all this grass this morning, and these guys don't give a shit that I'm here, or that it's daylight and they're nocturnal animals, or that I have a dog that's been barking all day.
Okay, it's 83 degrees this morning, and Tim's going on the walk with the dogs. Leading the way as usual.
And he's making me run.
He eats lots of snacks, he's on the way. And then Tim watches the dogs get their water break.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
No.
For run again?
Sounds made by a sleeping noodle.
Now go ask.
Get over here. Right here. What the hell did you do? No, this is your mess. No, you've already had enough.
Oh, wait, that's a lie.
Wow, that seems kind of steady. Holy moly, you see that?
Don't, but like, you have to be so still.
Steven! It is 7:55 in the morning. It is Friday, though.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Who's this coming into my home?
Pretending to eat vegetables in front of my bearded dragon.
No. Come on, baby. This way. Come on.
Good girl. Good girl.
Get a pet velociraptor, you said, Steven. It would be fun, Steven.
Honey! There he is. Hi. Oh, everybody's coming.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, the animal ones usually don't get copyright claimed on those. If it's people's personal videos with people in it, you usually get something on those ones. No sound? Okay, that's, yeah, the volume down. Okay, hopefully that's better now. Hopefully that is a lot better. Yeah. Cars or trucks. Let's see what we can find. It's not. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything really. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything really. I mean, there's some stuff, but nothing really all that interesting. Let me see here. Let's see here. Trying to find something. Trying to find something worth watching. Let me share this. This is back when I was a hip hop dancer. This is a classic. So the snake. Oh yeah. I remember that. You're talking about Hazel. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. That freaked you out when she's bleeding. Here's something that that Jen found here. So we'll let me go over to then I gotta go to the YouTube side to find it. Okay. Find it. Okay.
A big old hunk of metal sat on top of four wheels.
All right. Okay. Here is a video about some interesting looking cars. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, there we go.
A big old hunk of metal sat on top of four wheels, sometimes black and other times brightly colored. We all think we know what a car is. They ferry us from A to B. But there are some cars out there that truly break the mold of what a car can be. Some of them are truly bonkers in absolutely brilliant ways. These are the most unusual cars in the world. Number 15, eight-wheeled sedan Toyota. When you imagine a car with 8 wheels, you imagine a long vehicle like a limo, or maybe even one with 2 wheels side by side on each corner of the car. What you probably didn't imagine was this car. This 8-wheeled sedan is a Toyota Vios limo, but unlike one you would have ever seen before. Most Toyotas like it are in use as taxis, but you wouldn't find all too many pedestrians keen to set foot in this vehicle. It has 2 wheels in the front, so everything looks normal. But then you set your attention on the back, and that's where the confusion sets on. There are 3 wheels on each side, but set in the shape of a pyramid. 2 tires are set on the ground, and 1 is sitting on top of it. Gemma Ripa taxi owner Ronnie Gunawan owns the car, and the Grid Auto team undertook the modifications. Believe it or not, the car drives relatively normally at low speeds. The suspension functions as it should over bumps, and all wheels seem to function fine. However, turning is a different story. It has less control and minimal braking power. We don't see this car hitting the production line anytime soon. Like this video, smash the subscribe button and click the notification bell right now, or this centipede will crawl on your face when you're sleeping. Now it's time for the odd topic. I mean, quite why a car needs so many wheels, we have no idea, but there we have it. This car is actually a prototype made by some mad genius who is slowly working toward recreating the Batmobile from the Christopher Nolan era of the Batman movies. He has previously made the Batmobile from the Tim Burton era of Batman movies, and this is his next project. At the moment, he's only at stage 1, fitting his car out with a lot of wheels so it can handle all and any terrain. The guy hasn't made clear what the next stage in his development is, but we're sure looking forward to seeing where his design goes from here. Hopefully it's not weapons. But it will be awesome as and when he gets around to working on the body of the car, seeing as he's almost nailed the ship. As always, comment down below with the hashtag #OddTopic and let us know your opinion in relation to what we just showed on screen. Let's move on to the next one. Number 14. 1959 Cadillac Cyclone. If there's ever a car we'd want to see hit the production line, it would be the 1959 Cadillac Cyclone. This futuristic piece of automotive brilliance was the brainchild of General Motors Vice President Harley Earl. Harley wanted to create his dream car to mark the end of an era. Earl was known throughout his career as a man who had a gift with automotive artistry. His cars were long and low, and that's what brought him to the attention of GM in the first place. Therefore, it was of no surprise to anyone that the Cyclone would be something great, even if it didn't make it past the stage of a concept car. It was built on a 104-inch wheelbase chassis with all-wheel independent suspension. It had a rear-mounted automatic transaxle and a front-mounted 390-inch cube engine. Strangely enough, the exhaust wasn't at the back. It was positioned ahead of the front wheels. The car also had twin nose cones on the front, which were also fitted with radar sensors as a collision avoidance system. The bubble top canopy was a head turner, and the silver paint job was designed for UV protection. As if the car wasn't already ahead of its time, it had sliding electric doors and an automatic opener for the canopy. Number 13. BMW Isetta. If you think today's smart cars are cute, then you're going to be saying, "Aw," when you see the BMW Isetta. Well, you won't find all too many of these getting around today, or any. They were strangely popular when they were released to the market in the 1950s and 60s. BMW released this tiny car in a whopping 45 different colors, and with versions ranging from standard to deluxe. They were also registered in Germany as motorcycles, probably given that they weren't all that much larger than them. Over 160,000 units were sold before cars like the Volkswagen Beetle put an end to the Isetta craze. So, what made this little car so special? It was tiny but mighty. It could achieve 60 miles to the gallon, had a swing-away front door with a movable steering column, and all-weather protection. People also enjoyed how economical and easy to park they were, and that they could fit 2 people. But, not a lot else, of course. The BMW may not have been the family car that everyone needed, but it was one of those cars that you just wanted to own because it was so unique. Number 12. Bloodhound. You won't find too many children who haven't raced their toy cars around the carpet of their homes saying that they've got the fastest car in the world. Most of those kids will grow out of that fast car stage, but others don't. Those children then grow up to produce cars like the Bloodhound, a jet-powered car developed in 2008 to break the land speed record. The Bloodhound was a car that looked like a hybrid of a space rocket and a racing car. Thousands had been spent on developing it to go faster than the speed record of today of 763 miles per hour. However, in 2018, the entire scheme was about to fall over with no funding to take it any further. That was until Ian Warhurst, a Yorkshire businessman, stepped in with the financing to keep it going. Now, the car's future is looking bright. Andy Green will be behind the wheel to attempt to break his own record, and they hope to travel at speeds of up to 1,000 miles per hour by this year or next. Number 11, and they hope to travel at speeds of up to 1,000 miles per hour by this year. If there's anything that raises a driver's blood pressure without fail, it's delays on the road. Gridlock, traffic, and accidents can ruin anyone's day, so Renault is trying to fix that problem. Sure, they can't fix the road network or stop people from having car accidents, but they can allow drivers to choose the best, most uncongested route. They plan to do this with a drone and car package. The Renault KWID was a concept car back in 2014 and was unveiled at the Delhi Auto Show. It was the first ever to have an unmanned aerial vehicle or drone sold as part of the vehicle. The drone would be positioned in the car's roof and could be launched via a tablet. Otherwise, the driver could set GPS points for the drone to follow and match your car's driving speed. The drone could fly ahead, see what the road was like before you could see it, then allow you to choose the best route accordingly. You could even watch a replay of the footage, just like you were a part of Gran Turismo. Number 10, Sea Lion. If you got money to burn but no space up on your driveway for that luxury boat you've always wanted, then don't worry. All you need is a Sea Lion. Why buy a boat and a car if you can have a vehicle that is a boat? The Sea Lion is a project that has been set up through Fantasy Ventures by M. Witt. The car has a price tag of $259,500, and it's being designed to travel both on water and land. But if that isn't adventurous enough, the car's creator also wants to make sure it's the world's fastest amphibian car. To do so, he's making sure it's crafted with only the best parts and workmanship money can buy. The body is TIG welded aluminum partnered with CNC milled parts, and it travels at speeds of around 180 miles per hour on land. And that's not without its final engine. It currently has a 174 horsepower Mazda 13B rotary engine, but it will eventually have a 300 to 600 horsepower Renesas RX-8 engine so that it can set the sea speed record. The finished Sea Lion will be able to travel at 45 miles per hour across the water, which is not exactly a snail's pace. Number 9. Toyota FV2. People often form an emotional attachment to their vehicles. Still, that statement couldn't be any more accurate than with the Toyota FV2. This concept car is a small pod vehicle that you can drive sitting down or standing up. It connects to drivers on a physical and emotional level. You might be wondering how that works, and yes, it is a bit odd. The pod has one wheel in the front and two in the back, and the colors and patterns on the car's exterior reflect the mood of the driver. Strangely enough, this car also doesn't have a steering wheel. You shift your body weight around to move the car forward, backward, left, and right. With the help of image and voice recognition, the car will also collect data about the driver's mood to suggest driving routes. It'll even notice your skill and will offer driving techniques to suit. The car is so far advanced that it almost doesn't seem real. And it's not yet. It was unveiled as a concept at the Tokyo Motor Show in 2013. Then again in 2016 at the Chicago Auto Show. There's still no news on when we'll be seeing this emotionally attuned vehicle on our city streets. Number 8. Phoenix Bamboo Car. We've known for a long time just how versatile Bamboo can be. Not only is it a delicious snack for a panda, but it's also something we use to make cutlery, bedding, bicycles, clothing, cutting boards, and more. Now, though, we could be making cars out of it. German product designer Albrecht Berkner nailed it, and Filipino designer Kenneth Cobenpue came up with the idea of a car made with a bamboo shell. This lightweight, sustainable form of transport could lead the entire human race to a more sustainable and greener future. The car would have a naturally woven skin of bamboo that would degrade at the same speed as the car itself. But if it did degrade faster, the bamboo shell could be replaced at a minimal cost. The handmade frames could even be customized in different shapes to suit each vehicle owner's preferences. While there's no telling whether this car would ever make it into production or when, there's no denying it's turned heads. In fact, it even caught the eye of the team at Mercedes-Benz. So watch this space. Number 7, the TFX Flying Car. No one likes being stuck in traffic, but if the TFX goes into production, then it's only a matter of time before that's a thing of the past. Imagine being able to get in your car, lift it off the ground, and fly it to work or school. The TFX is a proposed vehicle that could be in production sooner than you think. It has 4 seats and the capability to take off and land without a runway. Terrafugia unveiled the plug-in hybrid electric car in 2013, and significant progress has been made. It has a claimed range of around 500 miles and can travel up to 410 miles while cruising at speeds of 100 miles per hour. The flying car is also fitted with a 99 bhp rotary aircraft engine that powers both wheels for driving and rotors for flying. The good news is you don't have to be a pilot to fly it. It's autonomous, but does have manual controls and an override function. There's also a parachute system should it be required. Learning to drive this car, believe it or not, is simple. It can take around 5 hours to master it, and the car fits into a standard single-car garage. Development of the TFX has taken around 10 years, but the aircraft is expected to enter service next year. Number 6, Aeromobile. As more and more companies learn how to make their cars fly, we're beginning to see more concepts hit the market. Aeromobile's model is turning heads, and we like what we see. This Slovakian startup company produced a sleek and stylish flying car worth a whopping $1.6 million. But don't worry, if you're short on cash, you could also buy an entry-level model for just $1.3 million. Quick, flip up your couch cushions and find that loose change, for Aeromobile is only producing 500 of them. The Aeromobile 4.0 flying car was first shown to the public at the Paris-Le Bourget Airport in June 2017. During the International Paris Air Show. The goal of the car was to cut travel time and allow everyday car drivers to travel up to 620 miles far quicker than ever before. Believe it or not, the design of this car has been coming along swimmingly, and people were supposedly able to get their hands on them by 2020, with pre-orders taken beforehand. Time will tell when we see up to 500 Aeromobiles fighting for airspace. Number 5. The Wind Explorer. How often do you catch yourself complaining about the price of gas? Well, maybe you need to stop complaining and start taking action, which is exactly what Dirk Gian and Stefan Simmerer did. Traveling 3,107 miles, the TV host and engineer from Germany spent just $13, and it wasn't even on fuel. The pair traveled across Australia from Albany to Sydney in a lightweight electric vehicle called the Wind Explorer. The car was powered by the wind, with electricity generating wind turbines as well as kites. The 18-day trip broke many records, including crossing a continent with a wind-powered vehicle, the longest distance covered in a vehicle like it in 36 hours, and covering the most distance on land. Before you race out to try and buy a Wind Explorer, know that it's still in the concept phase. The 441-pound vehicle, which includes a battery pack, has a carbon fiber and aluminum frame with sports bicycle tires. The lithium-ion battery pack charges overnight with a wind turbine when conditions allow. The men set off from Perth in Western Australia on January 21st, 2011, and they arrived in Sydney on February 14th. During the entire trip, they reached speeds of around 50 miles per hour. Number 4. The Thorium. It can often feel like you've only just filled your car with gas, and then it's nearly empty again. It's a never-ending cycle of spending money just to get to the places where you earn it. But what if you could fill up once and then never again? That's what one company is proposing with a vehicle that runs on thorium fuel. Thorium is a dense material that has around 20 million times more energy than coal of the same size. It is a naturally occurring radioactive element that was discovered in 1828 by a Norwegian mineralogist. A Swedish chemist then found it and named it thorium after the god Thor. The company called Laser Power Systems was quite intrigued by this mineral and designed a concept car that would run on it. Just 8 grams of the stuff would let this car run for 1 million miles. As a result, the vehicle would most likely outlive you on a single tank of fuel. The problem is, we're moving away from such types of materials, which means this concept is never likely to take off. Number 3. Google's driverless car. Many of us have dreamed of being rich and famous enough to have people drive us around. We could get into the car, say where we want to go, then sit back, read a book, or just enjoy the ride. Until a few years ago, it never seemed possible. But Google, good old Google, has our backs.
Most importantly, it's the necessary step.
We don't need to be famous, just a bit rich instead. Google's driverless car has been in the project stage since around 2008. They modified the Toyota Prius, played around with Lexus SUVs, and installed things like sensors, cruise control cameras, and spinner laser scanners. But now they've taken it one step further with a new self-driving car. They became the first company to build one without a steering wheel, accelerator, and brakes. But don't worry, there is an emergency brake. All you need to do is get into the smart car-looking vehicle, press the button to start it, input your destination into Google Maps, and relax. The car does all the hard work for you. You can now arrive to work entirely calm rather than frazzled from the trip. Number 2. Upside Down Ford F-150. The United States is full of F-150s. In fact, it was the best-selling truck in 2019, with over 900,000 units finding new homes. So if you've got one, you're probably going to find yourself nearly hopping into someone else's at a parking spot at least once.
And it took me 6 months to complete.
Unless you're Illinois Collision Center owner Rick Sullivan. Of course, he does own an F-150, but unlike any you would have ever seen. It has been paired with a 1991 Ford Ranger to create an upside-down, topsy-turvy vehicle. Rick spent $6,000 and 6 months joining the two trucks together to create his one-of-a-kind and road-legal vehicle. It has 4 wheels spinning in the air, 4 underneath, and an inverted truck body for the passengers. It even has side mirrors at the base to make it look even quirkier. Rick said people are amazed when they see his creation. They even request that he pulls over off the road so they can get a closer look. Rick used his knowledge in the collision industry of seeing many upturned vehicles to create this one-of-a-kind piece of automotive art. Number 1. Bugatti Chiron Lego Car. Most automotive engineers will tell you that building a car from scratch is not easy. It takes hundreds of man-hours and a lot of tinkering to get it right. So you would have to be entirely insane not only to attempt to build one, but to do it out of Lego. But that is exactly what a team of LEGO experts did. Back in 2017, LEGO senior art director Alan Jensen said a meeting was held to organize a design brief for a LEGO Bugatti Chiron, a full-sized one that would actually move. It seemed insane, but the finished result shows you that it was actually achievable. The moving, functioning vehicle had a steel frame and real wheels, but there were only three parts of the entire build that were in Lego. The team spent 13,500 hours and used over 1 million Lego Technic bricks to build the 1.5-ton Bugatti Chiron. Three layers were linked together with pins and beams, and Technic panels were used for sturdiness. Most of the entire build was created from memory, for there isn't any instruction book for building a life-sized Bugatti. Are you happy to keep your old trusty Toyota Corolla?
All right, there's interesting cars there. Hopefully it gives you some ideas of things to look for yourself. And Mrs. Frog found this other video here talking about dangerous toys. Let's see here.
Government regulations today ensure that children's toys are safe to play with, but in earlier times, regulations were either non-existent or insufficient to ensure safe play. Let's take a look at 15 of the most dangerous kids' toys ever made. Number 15. Rollerblade Barbie. Generally speaking, Barbie dolls are pretty harmless, but in the 1990s, a more fiery version hit the market, known as Rollerblade Barbie. She stood apart thanks to her 2 little yellow rollerblades. Now, each one of these rollerblades used a wheel mechanism similar to the kind found in cigarette lighters, so that when the Barbie was rolled, her boots would shoot out sparks. This effect could be accentuated with things such as hairspray, and as a result, a few fires were reported to have been sparked. So it didn't take long for the Rollerblade Barbie to be pulled from shelves, and they're now considered to be a collector's item. Number 14. Mini hammocks. Put simply, hammocks are some of the best outdoor beds around. And while regular hammocks pose no harm, the mini versions of them have proven to be extremely deadly. How, you might ask? Well, it turns out that the regular hammocks have spreader bars, which are essentially wooden or plastic bars on either end that ensure that the hammock does not collapse. However, the mini renditions that became popular with kids in the 1980s and 90s didn't have these spreader bars, and as a result they could easily twist around a child and strangle them to death. After a report that showed 12 children fell victim to these hammocks between 1984 and 1995, over 3 million were recalled in 1996. As a result, hammocks now have to have spreader bars in order to be deemed to be safe to sell. Number 13. The CSI Fingerprint Examination Kit. As far as mid-2000s television show goes, few are as popular as CSI Miami. And while almost most of those watching it were in the 20-plus crowd, in 2007 they had the bright idea of creating a CSI-based toy for kids, known as the CSI Finger Examination Kit. It was essentially a toy that allowed kids to use fingerprint dust to detect fingerprints on surfaces. However, after some reports of irritation, the Asbestos Disease Awareness Organization paid $165,000 to conduct an independent report. They were shocked to find that about 7% of the dust found in the kit was made of tremolite, which is a form of asbestos. Since asbestos is extremely toxic, the kits had to be discontinued soon after the report went public. Number 12. The Austin Magic Pistol. In the 1940s, the regulations around toys were virtually non-existent. Yet the Austin Magic Pistol was so dangerous that even by the standards of the day, it was considered to be a little crazy. Released in 1949 in order to profit off of the rise of space-themed toys, it was a toy gun that shot out ping pong balls with the help of magic crystals. In reality, these magic crystals were calcium chloride, and these were problematic for two reasons. The first was that it allowed the ping pong balls to shoot out at ridiculously fast speeds, making it very easy to severely injure someone. However, what was more dangerous about it was that even just tiny amounts of water or saliva could cause the calcium chloride to explode, leading to a large fireball that would engulf both the toy and the child's hand alike. So it didn't take long for them to be taken off the market, and today, lawmakers consider them to be actual firearms. Number 11. The Easy Bake Oven. Easy Bake Ovens are easily one of the most beloved toys of all time. Bringing the fun of baking to small children, these little ovens would allow kids to make tiny cakes all on their own. And while the toy's popularity led it to being inducted into the National Toy Hall of Fame in 2006, shortly afterwards Hasbro created a version of the toy that gave it a really bad look. That's because this new edition had a very poorly conceived oven door, and as a result, countless children got their hands stuck inside. This led to numerous second and third degree burns, and in response, Hasbro was forced to recall approximately 985,000 units. However, ever since, the ovens have been redesigned so that they're now much safer, and the Easy Bake Oven can now be found in stores around the world. Number 10. Buckyballs. Of all the desk toys out there, few are quite as fun as Buckyballs. That's because these tiny little ball-shaped magnets can be swirled to make many types of shapes and designs, and they're able to do so thanks to them being super magnetic. These magnetic forces are present thanks to them containing a rare earth metal known as neodymium. And while they make for a cool toy, they don't make for a very good snack. Yet this hasn't caused many a toddler from putting Buckyballs into their mouth. This is problematic because these balls have magnets that are so strong that they will not only form into various shapes inside one's stomach or intestines, but will often stick together through the intestinal walls. This can cause large holes to form, with symptoms often including vomiting blood and intense pain. Sometimes doctors even have to perform surgeries where they remove part of a person's intestine. As a result, doctors consider the ingestion of 2 or more Buckyballs to be a medical emergency. This led to the balls being banned in the United States in 2013. Yet after a lengthy legal battle, they were reinstated in 2016. Regardless, we suggest keeping these desk toys far away from your kids. Number 9. Clackers. If you grew up in the late 1960s, you may have had this simple yet addictive toy known as clackers. They were 2 heavy balls on a string that would make a loud sound when hit together. Modeled after the boleadoras used by Argentinian cowboys to hunt, they were marketed as a way to help with hand-eye coordination. Typically made out of wood, metal, or acrylic plastic, they would constantly clack thanks to them following the laws of Newton's cradle. Now, if these were just to be an annoying toy, they wouldn't be too much of an issue. But after some time, it turned out that the plastic renditions were very dangerous. This is because these would often shatter into a million pieces and blind unsuspecting kids when the shrapnel hit them in the eyes. As a result, in 1971, the FDA decided to act by placing strict measures such as prescriptive testing and stringent record-keeping on clacker making. This made it far too costly to make the toys, and as a result, they were taken off the market shortly afterwards. We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. Sky Dancer Dolls. While there are several dolls out there that can talk, sing, sleep, or even eat, there are a few out there that can fly. Yet that's exactly what the Sky Dancer dolls could do when they were released by Hasbro in 1994. As a result, millions of them were sold over the years. These dolls worked by having kids pull a long string on their back, which then allowed them to launch into the air and spin like a helicopter. The idea was that they would then land gently. However, the reality is that they would often barrel into the ground fast while moving in an erratic flight pattern. This led to over 150 injuries, these including scratched corneas, temporary blindness, chipped teeth, broken ribs, and facial lacerations. As a result, Hasbro was ordered to recall all 8.9 million that had been sold in the year 2000, leading to many being returned for a refund of between $8 to $25. However, if you'd like one for your own, you'll have to spend about $85 for just one. Number 7. Creepy Crawlers. While toy manufacturers is typically a job left for factory workers in developing countries, creepy crawlers brought the fun home in a pint-sized box. First released back in 1964, kids would use the creepy crawler's thing maker by pouring liquid plastic into a mold, which would then be heated up by the thing maker until it became a plastic toy. One of the main problems with it is that it became extremely hot, as kids could easily be burned themselves while using the oven. To add insult to injury, the heated plastic would also let off toxic fumes, which led to many kids being poisoned while playing with the thing maker. Despite this, the toy was wildly popular. Various renditions, such as a Hot Wheels car maker and an Edibles edition, were released. In fact, the toy even went on to have its own cartoon series that lasted for a total of 2 seasons. Yet after some time, they were pulled from shelves and only made a reappearance in the 1990s, after the toy was made so that the plastic fumes wouldn't be toxic, and the oven would stay locked until the toys were completed. Regardless, despite the nostalgia surrounding it, the toy has pretty much been phased out of use. Number 6. Hoverboards. If you happen to be on the younger side, chances are you've tried out a hoverboard. Becoming popular around 2015, they were essentially little electric scooters that would allow you to zoom around your neighborhood at the approximate speed of someone taking a light jog. Now, while these hoverboards may have looked silly rather than scary, it turns out they were responsible for a lot of injuries. The reasons for this are twofold. The first is that many kids were using them while looking at their phones, and this caused countless collisions that led to everything from sprained wrists. The reasons for this are twofold. Yet beyond distracted hoverboarding, the scarier issue was that they had a tendency to explode. You see, hoverboards became extremely popular almost overnight, and this led to thousands of Chinese factories pumping them out at record rates. This heavy production meant that the hoverboards were made with thousands of parts and came in several different brands, and in the rush to produce many of them were not made very well. This led to the lithium-ion batteries in several hoverboards exploding after being subjected to simple things like an electric charger or short ride. As a result, hundreds of thousands of them were canceled. Yet it turned out that the recalls weren't even all that important, as in just a few short years, the hoverboard fad was almost completely forgotten. Number 5. Aqua Dots. At first glance, Aqua Dots look pretty harmless. After all, this toy allows kids to make designs on tray by using multicolored beads. Once the design is made, then it's sprayed with water. And it's at this point that the water binds the beads together into a 3D creation. At the time, these fun little crafts proved to be extremely popular. And in 2007, Aqua Dots even won the Australian Toy of the Year award. However, while the creations themselves were pretty neat, what was not so neat were the beads used to make them. That's because while they were supposed to use the non-toxic plasticizer 1.5 pentanediol, in 2007 the distributor accidentally used its toxic compound known as 1.4 butanediol. This was problematic because when it was ingested, it would metabolize into a sedative and a hypnotic drug. It wasn't long until children started to have seizures and in some cases fall into comas after snacking on some nasty Aqua Dots. This caused regulators from around the world to start recalling the toy. While it's not known how many of them were distributed, in the United States alone the figure was pegged at 4.2 million, and there were even concerns that some people would get their hands on these discontinued toys in order to purposefully get high off the beads. Once all was said and done, Aqua Dots had to completely rebrand to several other names in order to brush off their old association, and now all of the beads are only made with regulated materials. The company even went the extra mile by covering beads with a bitter coating to discourage snacking, and ever since the toy has been chugging along without picking up any major legal issues. Number 4. The Gilbert U-238 Atomic Energy Lab. If you want to get a glimpse of a nuclear experiment, chances are that you'll have to
toxic beads. Oops. Yeah, we do have the creepy crawler maker. I saw it recently, so. All right, that's what you want me to show was the pools. All right.
As swimming pool designs have evolved over the years, they can now be even more frightening than anything the natural world has ever produced. From extreme heights and plunging depths to powerful waves and deadly creatures, put on your life vest as we take a look at the top 15 most terrifying swimming pools. Number 15, Deep Dive, Dubai. Every few years, a new venue opens that claims the record for being the deepest swimming pool in the world. And as of September of 2021, the current title holder is Deep Dive in Dubai, filled with as much water as 6 Olympic-sized swimming pools, which makes it more than 4 times the size of any other diving pool in the world. It reaches 196 feet or 60 meters at its lowest point. Intended to be a dive training site, but also to attract recreational users, the pool contains a huge oyster-shaped structure in recognition of the United Arab Emirates' historical links with pearl farming, and it also features a sunken city, complete with sunken apartments and an arcade that divers can freely explore. It's also been designed to be used as an underwater film studio, complete with a nearby editing suite. But with so much going on, there's also a real potential danger, too. The pool is fitted with 56 cameras that are used to constantly monitor what everyone's doing, just in case anyone encounters any difficulties. And there's a hyperbaric chamber on site that has a capacity of 12 people just in case things go terribly wrong. Despite this, it's an incredible venue, but if you do brave it and dive to the deepest point, you'll need to wait at least a day until you're able to visit the top of the city's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa, or fly in a plane. Because otherwise, there's a high chance that you'd suffer from decompression sickness. Number 14, Hubertus Hotel, South Tyrol, Italy. The Hubertus Hotel is a stunning venue in South Tyrol, Italy, with unbelievable views across the Dolomite Mountains and spectacular surrounding landscape. Every part of the structure has been designed to offer panoramic views, but one feature that stands out the most is its uniquely designed swimming pool. Suspended 40 feet above the ground, the rectangular pool has an infinity edge with a glass wall, which means it feels as if the water simply blends into the scenery. When you're in there yourself, it almost feels as if you can float off into the mountains and you forget you're in a man-made pool. To add an extra sense of trepidation, the pool also has a glass bottom at the farthest end, which looks directly down onto the slope of a mountain. This is the part in particular that gets the guests' hearts pumping, and you'll quite often see people swimming around it because of how nauseous it makes them feel. Thankfully, with all the views to take in, the 82-foot pool is kept at a constant temperature of 91 degrees Fahrenheit, or 33 degrees Celsius, which should allow you to relax no matter the outside conditions. Number 13, Chongwei River House, Zambia. Swimming pools normally offer a safe, clean environment to swim and relax in. You wouldn't usually expect to see any animals nearby, but there's a pool in Zambia in Africa where that's the whole reason why it was built. The Chongwei River House, which is on the banks of the Chongwei River, is a private safari home that's been built to fit in with the environment as much as possible, taking design inspiration from the shape of the termite hills and other natural structures, using only locally sourced building materials like tree trunks, stones, and branches. And the location of the house has been chosen specifically because of its views over the river, which is the watering hole for the countless animals that live in the surrounding area. With bedrooms and bathrooms that open out to views across the river, the best place at the property to take in the views is the swimming pool, which along with its deck that's set beneath the winter thorn trees, is a truly once-in-a-lifetime experience. There is, however, the sense that you're in the water alongside the local wildlife, which includes hippos, elephants, crocodiles, and virtually every other species you associate with Africa. It wouldn't take much for one of them to walk across and join you in the pool, which is why the house had a permanent on-site ranger to keep you safe just in case things take an unexpected turn. Number 12, the Golden Nugget, Las Vegas. Las Vegas in Nevada is the party capital of the world and is famed for having venues and entertainment to suit almost every taste. If you want to feel secluded in your own luxurious paradise, then that's no problem, nor is chasing the most exhilarating experience of your life. And if you fall into that category, then you probably want to visit the Golden Nugget, which has one of the most frightening and extreme pools on Earth. At first, you'll see guests sat in cabanas and sipping cocktails like in every other Vegas pool, but you'll soon notice the transparent perspex windows along the edge, which allow you to look into the 200,000-gallon shark aquarium that has 5 different species, including black-tip sharks, tiger sharks, sandbar sharks, zebra sharks, and nurse sharks. There's also hundreds of other fish in the tank too, which become more than curious about the people swimming on the other side of the wall. And for those feeling particularly brave, there's a water slide that twists and turns straight through the tank itself, so you're completely surrounded by the predators of the deep. It's not only one of the most impressive shark tanks in the country, but offers one of the most unique experiences in the city, which is no mean feat. With these animals swimming so close to you, it's not uncommon to see someone struggling to get out of the water after being overwhelmed by fear. Number 11. Sky Pool, London. As construction techniques and materials have improved over the years, it's possible to build structures that would have been simply impossible to do even a decade ago. The latest example of this being put to full effect can be seen in the Battersea district of London, in the UK, where there's a transparent swimming pool that connects the roofs of two 10-story buildings. The 82-foot or 25-meter pool was actually constructed in Colorado before being shipped across and hoisted into position, and it's made entirely from acrylic panels, meaning swimmers in the pool get a 360-degree view, and passers-by while walking underneath can see exactly what's happening in the water. After being rumored for several years, the pool finally opened in the summer of 2021, and at that time was hailed as the world's first. There's something truly magical about seeing a rectangular body of water suspended in the air. You can only imagine how it feels when you're in the pool and swim out over the streets below for the first time. Unfortunately, it isn't open to the public, and only residents of the buildings that it's attached to will ever be able to experience the sensation. And even then, only the owners of premium apartments have access to it, with the others forced to simply look on like the rest of us. Number 10. Azure Swimming Pool, Pripyat, Ukraine. The Azure Swimming Pool in Pripyat in Ukraine was built for the local community in the 1970s and looks just like many other public pools around the world. What's different about this one, however, is where it's located, because in 1986 the city was at the center of one of the worst nuclear incidents ever, the Chernobyl disaster. In April of that year, a meltdown was triggered in reactor number 4 of the nearby power plant, and the resulting fallout necessitated the full evacuation of Pripyat for good. The city did, however, remain in use by the cleanup crew, known as the liquidators, and the swimming pool, along with the neighboring basketball court, was kept open for recreational purposes. The pool site is generally regarded as one of the cleanest areas in the whole of the region because it was so extensively decontaminated, but there's still a measurably higher level of background radiation there than you'd expect to find anywhere else. Amazingly, the pool was only finally closed in 1998, 12 years after the accident, and it was at this time that it was drained and has since fallen into disrepair. While you can't swim there anymore, the pool is still one of the main visitor attractions for those traveling to the city as extreme tourists who want to see the consequences of a Chernobyl disaster up close, and it will forever be intrinsically linked with the events that happened in 1986 and the subsequent cleanup. Number 9. Yerba, Mexico. Near the town of San Lorenzo Albarrada, Mexico, you find the Yerba, which is a natural formation of travertine rock that looks like cascading water over a waterfall. Jutting out from the cliff face, there are two rock shelves that lie around 300 feet above the valley floor. And while there's a series of small natural pools in the rock, there's also two artificial pools, one of which has been carved extremely close up to the cliff's edge, filled with spring water that's around 81 degrees Fahrenheit or 27 degrees Celsius. It's almost like a natural infinity pool in the rock face that, when you're in it, treats you to views of these incredible surroundings. Only built in 2007, water in the pool usually turns to a shade of turquoise green because of the mineral content within it. And as well as being relaxing, it's said to offer healing qualities, although this has never been scientifically proven. With the edge so near to the precarious drop to the valley floor, there is definitely a sense that you could easily be swept over the edge if you're not careful. And because it's essentially a pool dug by hand into rock and slowly eroded over thousands of years, there are worries that the wall could eventually wear away and may one day collapse. If you're in it when this happens, you'd only have a fraction of a second to react, otherwise things would surely end in a disaster. Number 8. The first-class swimming pool, Queen Mary, Long Beach. The Queen Mary was once one of the most extravagant ocean liners that offered unparalleled experiences to only the wealthiest members of society. But now, rather than taking to the waves, it's permanently moored at Long Beach in California, where it operates as a luxurious hotel. Seen as an Art Deco masterpiece with ornate designs on every level, there are a number of stories from its past of tragedies and disasters that took place on board, and the ghosts of the victims are still said to roam the hallways. One of the focal points of this supposed paranormal activity is what was the former swimming pool for first-class patrons, which has been closed for a long time because it doesn't adhere to California safety standards. Completely drained, people walking through the large room have reportedly seen footprints appearing out of nowhere, have heard echoing laughter and splashing, and have even seen the ghost of a young girl holding a teddy bear. The quartz used in the ceiling design is said to act as a vortex that energizes the spirits and makes them much more likely to present themselves there. And the pool has become such a popular destination for paranormal enthusiasts that a series of Perspex panels have been installed to allow them to peer in for themselves without risk of falling inside. Number 7. San Alfonso del Mar, Chile. Around 62 miles to the west of Santiago in Chile, there's a city called Algarrobo that's home to a resort with the biggest swimming pool in the world. Known as San Alfonso del Mar, the pool was completed in 2006 and covers an almost unbelievably huge area. Filled by filtered seawater from the nearby ocean, it measures 3,300 feet long, covers an area of 20 acres, and contains 66 million gallons. The pool varies in depths from shallower regions designed to be paddled in to parts that are up to 11.5 feet deep, and it was originally designed to cater to swimmers as well as those partaking in various water sports like windsurfing and kayaking. The sheer size of the pool soon caused safety concerns, however, because it would take a long time for lifeguards to react to any incidents that took place. And while unverified, there are several stories of a few guests who lost their lives there in the early years. Now, access to the pool is strictly limited to resort guests and those only using it for water sports. Recreational swimming is banned in all but a specific part that's closely monitored. But despite the restrictions that are now in place, there's no denying that it's an incredible piece of engineering and design. Number 6. Ubud Hanging Gardens, Bali, Indonesia. Hotels around the world are increasingly building unusually designed swimming pools to attract adventure-seeking guests. One of the most beautiful but nervy ones in the world can be found at the Ubud Hanging Gardens in Bali, Indonesia. Inspired by the legendary structure that was built by King Nebuchadnezzar II for his wife, this modern-day version offers guests the ability to stay in their own villa with a thatched roof, rain shower, and pavilion. The standout feature of this five-star boutique hotel is, however, the split-level infinity swimming pool. It's lined with two shandy stone and is constructed from solidified volcanic ash. From either of the edges so perfectly designed that it gives the sensation that you're floating out into the jungle, verging on swimming off into the tree canopy. Guests who have been lucky enough to stay there say that it certainly takes some getting used to before you can fully relax. And there are some who, despite knowing it's safe, completely refuse to enter the water because of the way the illusion of the infinity edge can trick the mind. Number 5. The Cambrian, Switzerland. Nestled within the Swiss Alps in the mountain town of Adelboden, the Cambrian is a luxury resort targeted at skiers looking to take advantage of the numerous slopes in the region, offering a perfect base camp for alpine pursuits. A huge focus has been put on making it as relaxing and as calm as possible to allow guests to unwind after a long day. From each of the 71 rooms, there are breathtaking views across the valleys, snow-capped peaks and forests in virtually every direction. But the real pièce de résistance is the hotel's infinity swimming pool, which gives the illusion that you're swimming alone in the mountainscape. As it looks out across the valley, it feels like it's much higher ground than it actually is. During the colder seasons, it'll usually be surrounded by a thick wall of snow. Interestingly, it's a constant temperature throughout the year. But while this is seen as cool and refreshing by guests in the summer months, they often mention how cold it is during winter. Swimming in warmish water at such an altitude and surrounded by snow is a bizarre experience that seems confusing to the mind at first. But once you get over the initial fear, it's one of the most incredible swimming spots on Earth. Number 4. The Jewel, Dallas, Texas. In the heart of the business district of Dallas, Texas, the Jewel Hotel is perfectly placed for tourists or business travelers alike. It's in a traditional 1920s neo-Gothic building with 161 rooms, including 4 penthouse suites that offer supreme luxury within contemporary spaces. From the outside, it looks just like it did almost 100 years ago, with one exception. To really make the hotel stand out above the rest, the owners have installed a rather unusual swimming pool. Guests can access it on the 10th floor, and from there it seems like any other pool. Once they've entered the water, however, they soon realize there's something special about it, because this allows you to swim past the edge of the building. The cantilever design means the pool actually reaches 8 feet beyond the walls, and with its perspex floor, allows swimmers to look down at the streets below. It's a design that's becoming more and more popular around the world, and while it may seem as if it's simply a novelty, there's something nerve-wracking and then peaceful and serene about seemingly swimming through the sky. Illusions like these are the closest we could truly get to the sensation of flying, but they certainly aren't suited to anyone who has even a slight sense of vertigo. Number 3. Siam Park, Tenerife. Wave pools are popular around the world and often become packed, particularly on hot summer days, with people looking to cool off. Huge machines at one end will move weights up and down to create artificial waves in the lagoon, and in most cases these are restricted to light peaks and troughs to add excitement for swimmers. If you want to find one of the most powerful wave machines in a public pool on Earth, then you'll need to travel to the Siam Water Park in Tenerife. Designed to look like a Thai temple complex, the Wave Palace Pool first opened in 2007, soon became known as one of the most exhilarating parks on the planet, covering an area of 130,000 square feet. Machinery was designed by a specialist wave manufacturer can generate waves that are up to 12 feet high. It's perhaps no wonder that hundreds of thousands of people visit the park each year to experience this for themselves. But with the waves comes a serious risk of danger. Strong swimmers will be fine, but those who are less confident will struggle with the power and onslaught of the waves. And lifeguards are said to have to rescue as many as 10 people per hour who misjudge their abilities. Number 2. The Address Beach Resort, Dubai. Not only is Dubai home to the deepest pool in the world, but as of May 2021, it's also where you find the highest infinity pool on the planet. It's on the top floor of the newly opened Address Beach Resort. You'll surely have to be brave to dare to enter the water. The pool itself is on the 77th floor of the hotel, at a height of 965 feet above the ground, which is around 9/10 of the total height of the Eiffel Tower. With an infinity edge along its entire side, it's also insanely long, measuring 311 feet, which is almost as long as 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools end to end, and it covers a total area of about 6,000 square feet. From there, you'll be able to see all of the famous sights the city has to offer, such as the Palm Jumeirah, the World Islands, the Burj Al Arab, and the world's tallest Ferris wheel. Number
I don't hear echoing. Sorry if it's echoing. I didn't change anything. So let's go and look at this other one here.
People work together to build some of the largest snow creations imaginable that will surely put your snowmen to shame. So join me as we take a look at the top 15 biggest snowmen. People work together to build some of the largest snow creations imaginable that will surely put your snowmen to shame. So join me as we take a look at the top 15 biggest snowmen and snow creations. Number 15, the tallest snowman. Let's start with the tallest snow woman ever made, named Olympia, after ex-Senator Olympia Snow. We can only hope that this tribute from the people of Bethel, Maine in the United States was based purely on the senator's surname and not on her personal appearance. Given that Olympia was built using 13 million pounds of snow, was 122 feet and 1 inch tall, had pine trees for arms and 16 skis acting as her eyelashes, you'd think that it's probably not the most flattering representation a politician could have hoped for. On the other hand, if you really were that massive, then people would be far too terrified not to vote for you. Olympia is only 30 feet shorter than the Statue of Liberty. That's without taking Lady Liberty's base into account. But either way, she's still a staggering height for the average snowman or woman. It's also an incredible achievement for a small town to build something of that scale, especially out of something as unreliable as snow. But then the 2,400 residents of Bethel are no strangers to creating huge snow beings. When it comes to snowmen, this is not their first rodeo. Olympia may have set the record for the tallest snow woman, but the good folks of Bethel were only breaking their very own unbeatable record because they were so sick of waiting around for someone else to do it. Their previous record-holding snowman, built in 1999, was known as Angus, King of the Mountain. We can only assume he was also named by the local residents. Otherwise, that snowman had one serious ego. Luckily, it wasn't long until Angus was knocked off his pedestal. The beautiful Olympia was the result. Number 14, Walvis the Whale. While their creations may not be as huge as some of the other entries on this list, the Bartz brothers of New Brighton, Minnesota deserve special mention, or several special mentions in this case. Our first example from the stunning snow art of Austin, Connor, and Trevor Bartz is Walvis the Whale, a 22-foot-tall sea-dwelling snow mammal, complete with a working blowhole, which is just the latest of the Bartz brothers' many annual snow sculptures. Walvis almost never made it to his New Year's Day unveiling, however, due to a post-Christmas storm, which had the brothers frantically covering Walvis with a tarp and reconstructing parts of him with only days to go. It sounds pretty stressful, doesn't it? Like an episode of an incredibly tense hospital drama, where a critically ill whale gets wheeled into an operating theater with only minutes to live until 3 gifted snow surgeons get to work with their scalpels. Well, luckily, Walvis was saved, and the visitors who came to see him were none the wiser, paying $25 for a photo with his steam-spouting blowhole, and raising thousands of dollars for charities supplying clean water to remote districts in Niger and Uganda. Okay, so Walvis might not be the most famous whale ever, like Moby Dick, or the one who ate Jonah, but we can certainly be sure he's the whale who's done the most for charity. Number 13, World's Tallest Snowman. As we mentioned in our first entry, the people of Bethel, Maine were so tired of the lack of competition that they decided to beat their own record. Well, as it turns out, they wouldn't have had to wait too much longer. No sooner had Olympia moved on to her next life as a massive puddle in the middle of town than her crown was unceremoniously ripped away from her by an Austrian snowman called Rizi. Now, this is obviously a relatively understated name, especially when you compare it to Olympia's big-headed predecessor, Angus, King of the Mountain. But apart from his modest moniker, there's absolutely nothing modest about this insanely huge snowman. Built in Donnersbachwald in the central Austrian ski region, this Guinness World Record holder stands a gigantic 37.2 meters tall, and you can tell just by looking at this quiet, confident snow guy that he doesn't need to call himself King of the Mountain, because he clearly already knows he's King of the World. Rizi was brought into this world after a 40-day building project by 52-year-old caretaker Gerhard Pier and ski lift manager Erwin Petz, who celebrated their world record confirmation by setting off fireworks. Luckily, this was nowhere near Rizi, otherwise I'm sure he would have had a very concerned look on his face. Number 12, Sea Turtle. At number 12, it's our second entry from the Bartz brothers, this time with their impressive Sea Turtle, which they unveiled back in 2019. All of the Bartz brothers' creations are located in their front yard. This impressive 12-foot-tall turtle was no different, with the Bartz brothers' self-confessed crazy uncle Dick Bartz on hand to work the crowds when it was finally unveiled. Wearing a red and white striped hat and showing visitors towards the donations box in an enthusiastic and theatrical manner, Uncle Dick clearly is a bit of a showman, which is no bad thing when it comes to trying to promote the brothers' snow sculptures and whatever their chosen charity might be that year. This was the same uncle who was responsible for the steam issuing from Walvis the Whale's blowhole, so he clearly needs to be given some credit when it comes to the fundraising side of things. This sea turtle, for example, ultimately brought in $30,824, so maybe crazy Uncle Dick isn't so crazy after all. Number 11. 2019 Ice Snowman. At first, this might look like the start of a snowman revolution. Just look at it. It's like snowmen from all over the world decided they'd finally had enough of being stood outside every year, never being invited inside to join in the celebrations, constantly having carrots thrust into various rude and embarrassing places, and eventually just ignored as they melted away. And so they decided to join forces and take their revenge on humankind. But no, don't worry, this incredible sight is not an indication that the world has been plunged into a snow war. This is purely a creation to celebrate the new year at the 2019 Harbin International Ice and Snow Festival. That's right, it was the year 2019. So what did the organizers decide to do? construct 2019 snowmen on a frozen river. This must have taken a lot of manual labor and a lot of man-hours, so you'd think you'd have to pay a hefty ticket price to see them. But no, although the entrance to the festival was $48, the 2019 snowmen cost nothing, so members of the public could examine the wide variety of snow people on offer without having to pay a single penny. That's right, it was completely free, unlike these horribly oppressed snowmen, of course. Number 10. Octavius the Octopus. It's the Bart's brothers again, this time with Octavius the Octopus, who was 18 feet tall, 35 feet wide, and took the brothers 2 weeks of 12-hour working days to complete. Officially unveiled back in 2016, the octopus sculpture was named Octavius by their Facebook fans. And you may have noticed that there's a sea life theme running through all of the Bart's brothers' work. This is because the inspiration to start their annual snow sculptures was sparked by a trip to Florida, during which they were blown away by the beauty and variety of marine life on offer, and possibly even available on the local menus, although they never commented on this. After all, the image of Octavius being eaten by his creators is horrific enough to make you avoid seafood for the rest of your life. But ever since, their sea life-based snow sculptures have become an annual tradition, raising a lot of money for various charities in the process, and it's certainly worth all the time and effort. Due to the thousands of visitors the Bart's brothers receive, Octavius managed to raise a lot of vital money for the people of Haiti. Who would have thought an octopus could be such an incredible humanitarian? Number 9. The Earth and the Future of Our Children. Featuring the Eiffel Tower, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and Big Ben, this sculpture clearly aims to have an international flavor, the idea being to bring various countries and nationalities and cultures together and to celebrate our differences. On the other hand, it could just be a sculpture of the Las Vegas Strip, featuring its many gimmicky hotels, but based on its name, we're going to assume the first option is more likely. The Earth and the Future of Our Children also features 2 huge children hugging the globe of the Earth, so it's pretty easy to surmise what this sculpture is all about. This impressive creation was featured in Japan's Sapporo Snow Festival back in 2008, an event which started in a much smaller way in the 1950s. Until 1955, when some members of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces decided to go completely over the top and construct an enormous sculpture that even Goliath would struggle to build. Since then, snow enthusiasts have been following in their footsteps every single year, with around 2 million people visiting the festival to see how much bigger and better and more bonkers these snow sculptures can get as time goes on. Number 8. Finnegan the Fish. Our final entry for Snow Legends, the Bart's Brothers, is Finnegan the Fish. This 22-foot monster took the brothers over 350 hours to complete, and was once again named by their Facebook fans, with Finnegan narrowly beating the name Matzi into second place. And I think that was probably a good choice. After all, Matzi the Fish just doesn't have the same ring to it. Matzi the Monkey maybe, or Matzi the Manatee, but Finnegan the Fish just rolls off the tongue better. Fans of the brothers on social media not only get to name their creations, however, but also get to see the painstaking process they go through every year. For example, for more detailed work, the brothers need to haul the snow into their garage and heat it to around 80 degrees, which makes it easy to form into various intricate shapes, although maybe easy isn't the right word to use here. There's nothing easy about sculpting marine life out of frozen water. On the other hand, this very skill did enable the brothers to raise money for people with no clean water at all, as the funds went straight to a charity who supplied drinking water to the people of Malawi and Africa. What a great group of people. The Bart's Brothers. We salute you. Number 7. Snow Wars. You'd think that if Disney was going to sponsor a sculpture at the 2015 Sapporo Snow Festival, then Snow White would be a good bet, or Frozen, or The Muppets Christmas Carol. But no, Disney instead chose to sponsor this massive snow creation, featuring a huge Darth Vader head and several angry-looking stormtroopers. Luke Skywalker would take one look at this and chop his own hand off with a lightsaber, and then retire from being a Jedi Knight immediately. But then there was a very specific commercial reason for Disney going over to the dark side. They weren't simply being charitable by sponsoring a part of the festival. No, this was purely a marketing device to promote an upcoming Star Wars film. As we mentioned earlier, the Japanese military have been a part of the festival since 1955, and this sculpture was no different, being built by the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force over a month-long period, using bulldozers and a variety of other specialist equipment. The finished sculpture was officially given the thumbs up by Lucasfilms, so perhaps it's only a matter of time until other filmmakers start publicizing their new movies with snow. Martin Scorsese, perhaps, or how about Tarantino? Okay, maybe not. Number 6. Relics of Egypt. When the kings of Egypt were designing their various tombs and monuments, they could have never imagined that they'd be recreated thousands of years later in a land they'd probably never heard of, using a substance they'd almost certainly never heard of. In common with so many entries on our list is yet another creation from the Sapporo Snow Festival, because, well, they're just so good. The Sapporo Snow Festival is basically like an all-you-can-eat buffet of massive snow sculptures, so it would be almost impossible to make this list without mentioning them several times. This 2008 creation features the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Sphinx, along with those famous statues of Ramses II. And although these facsimiles of the great wonders of the world would melt before they even got anywhere near Egypt, we feel sure that even Tutankhamun's mummy would give them his approval. Number 5. Snow Sculpture of Nagoya Castle. This incredibly detailed sculpture of the Nagoya Castle was on display during the 2005 Sapporo Snow Festival, although the original Nagoya Castle goes back just a little bit further than that. Constructed in 1612 during the Edo period, and sometimes known as the Golden Castle, Nagoya Castle was the heart of Nagoya-juku, one of the most important castle towns in Japan. So from a Japanese perspective, the time and effort spent in constructing this impressive snow version of it is well worth it. The original castle was destroyed during the bombing of Nagoya in World War II, and the current castle has been undergoing reconstruction ever since 1957. So although this snow-based version was never going to last anywhere near as long as the real one, that doesn't make it any less impressive. It may not stand up to an intense bombing raid or even a particularly hot summer, but then snow is not quite as reliable as bricks and mortar, so I think we can all agree that it's truly an outstanding achievement. Number 4. 117-meter-long sculpture at the Harbin Festival. Our next entry is from another huge festival, the Harbin International Ice and Snow Festival, which takes place annually in Harbin, Heilongjiang, China. The theme of the festival changes each year, and in 2014, when this sculpture was featured, the slightly confusing sounding theme was Global Ice and Snow Dream World Cartoon Tour. Now, we're not entirely sure what that means, and we're sure we weren't the only ones, but luckily for the Harbin Festival, somebody's imagination conjured this epic 117-meter-long creation. Sometimes referred to as the Windswept Woman, this incredible sculpture was one of the highlights of 2014, and although it certainly doesn't resemble any cartoon we've ever seen, it definitely has a mysterious, dreamlike quality to it. So what's that woman doing? Is she waving to us? Is she explaining something? Is she swatting a fly? And where is she? In the middle of a rough sea? Sitting in a bath of whipped cream? It's very strange, but equally breathtaking. It was also in 2014 that the festival started with an ice swimming competition, in which 500 lunatics decide to dive headfirst into pools carved into the ice, which makes the decision to sculpt something this big look positively sane. Number 3. Snow Tomb of Itmad Udala. Guess what? We're back at the Sapporo Festival again. This one is from the 65th anniversary of the event, back in 2014, when sculptors decided to recreate this well-known Indian landmark. Built in the 1620s and often described as the Baby Taj, the tomb of Itmad Udala is often considered to be a first draft of the famous Taj Mahal. And based on what we've seen so far, it's highly likely that someone somewhere has attempted to build a snow model of the Taj as well. This sculpture clearly pays a magnificent tribute to the real tomb of Itmad Udala. Although, let's be honest, you probably wouldn't want your tomb to be made out of snow, especially if you lived in India. It would last as long as an ice cream on a sunny day. As amazing as this snow tomb looked in the daylight, the organizers of the festival still wanted more, and so animations were also projected onto the sculpture at night, making the tomb look strangely alive and less like a snow sculpture than a living, breathing version of the tomb itself. What's next? A fully flowing version of the Ganges made entirely of individual snowflakes? It clearly wouldn't be out of the question. Number 2. Dragon Castle. Yes, it's another snow-based festival, and yet again, it's in Japan. After the Sapporo Snow Festival, the Asahikawa Winter Festival is the second largest in Hokkaido, and as they both occur in February, visitors can go to both if they're willing to take an 80-minute train ride. Dragon's Castle was featured in the 2004 Asahikawa Winter Festival and is officially one of the largest snow sculptures ever built. In fact, it was not only incredibly large, but also incredibly sturdy, so much so that members of the public were allowed to walk on it. Can you imagine that? Would you even want to walk on this knowing it's made of snow? Would you be willing to risk an avalanche? Well, it's also tradition for one of the sculptures at Asahikawa to be made into a stage for music and other performances. And we're not sure if this one was chosen, but wouldn't that have been awesome? Imagine all the incredible artists who could play on a stage like this. It'd be visually stunning, as long as there were no pyrotechnics involved. Number 1. Romantic Feelings. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the largest snow sculpture ever created. The prize goes to China and the Harbin International Ice and Snow Festival for this overwhelmingly huge and magnificent creation. The title of this immense piece of snow art is Romantic Feelings, a 115-foot high, 656-foot long monster of a sculpture made by joining 15-foot square blocks of ice and snow taken from the nearby Songhua River. High 600 incredible collection of Russian cathedrals, French churches, Chinese palaces, and an ice acropolis. Romantic Feelings not only represents the many nationalities of the millions of people who visit the festival from around the world, but also employed the talents of 600 sculptors from 40 different countries to work on its 120,000 cubic feet of snow and ice. In other words, it truly does represent the coming together of human beings everywhere. At night, the sculpture was lit by a dazzling array of lanterns, not to mention lasers, in a display that won't be forgotten soon by any visitors who were lucky enough to witness it. Even though the sculpture itself, like all the works on this list, is now likely nothing more than a puddle. Watch our binge-watching playlist if you'd like to watch all of our most popular top 15 videos. Grab a drink, grab a snack.
Pretty amazing snow sculptures and stuff. That's wow. Those brothers were busy building all that stuff and for a good cause. Money going to Haiti and stuff. So, hello, Ski. Good to see you. It's been a little while. So the missus sent me another link here, so we'll go ahead and, I guess, click on that one and share away.
To have a great time outdoors, all you need is an RV or motorhome. And these vintage RVs look super cozy and fun. So here are the top 15 incredible vintage RVs and motorhomes. Number 15, Shasta Airflight. Shasta is a solid and trusted name when it comes to RV and motorhome production, and they managed to deliver, as always, with their Shasta Airflight back in 1961. When you think of vintage campers, this word should immediately come to mind. It may be small, but it's incredibly sleek design, and colors like Matador Road, Seafoam Green, or Butternut Yellow, complemented by the white paint job on top, should dial in some serious nostalgia. Just ask your dad about this one, and we'll be sure he can tell you all about it in his glory days. Luckily, though, the folks at Shasta decided to put this back on the market as a limited edition special in 2015, so the model may not be as rare as it once was. The interiors are minimal, but it'll get you through your camping trip with no problems. There's a small kitchen that will meet all of your basic cooking needs, so there's no need to heat up a can of beans at the campfire, and there's a table big enough to fit you and 3 of your closest friends. All you've got to do is tow this up to the truck and you're good to go. You'll definitely be the envy of everyone on the highway along the way. Number 14, Riverside Retro Toy Hauler. Riverside added a fun RV to their arsenal that's fully in line with the retro look. Their retro toy hauler has plenty of vintage-looking color combos to make you feel like it's the 1970s again, but still give you an up-to-date experience. It's not a bad deal. It even comes with 2 floor plans to choose from, just in case decor really is your thing. The first option is known as the 820R floor plan. It measures 20 feet 6 inches in length. That's a pretty decent size for an RV. Believe it or not, it's the smaller of the 2 options. The bigger comes in at 27 feet 4 inches in length and can carry just about whatever you're hauling back there. The cargo compartment can even be converted into a dining and sleeping area when you've unpacked at the site. There's even a bathroom. So if doing your business outside is the worst part of traveling or camping, well, you can rest easy with the Riverside Retro Toy Hauler. It's a pretty cool RV. Number 13, Gidget Teardrop. Don't let the name of this entry fool you, because the last thing this cute little trailer is going to do is make you cry. The Gidget Teardrop is an absolute classic when it comes to RVs and captures a look and style that will never be replicated. And whether or not that's a good thing, it may be up to you, because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The Gidget Teardrop may be small, but the front slide extends and nearly doubles the amount of cabin space. It's a neat little trick for something that looks like it was owned by the Brady Bunch. And with all of that extra space, not only can you throw all of your stuff back there without thinking twice, there's even a full outdoor kitchen to get your meals going when you're out on the open road. It's an awesome retro find that even comes with a solar panel on the roof. And if you feel like hanging out inside, that's cool too. The Gidget Teardrop has a skylight, so you can enjoy those sunshiny days even when you don't feel too energetic. Number 13, Riverside Retro RV. Riverside RV is another solid choice when it comes to RVs, and their retro line fits the bill if you're looking for some throwback vibes. It comes with some fun color schemes and is super lightweight, so it's the perfect little RV to haul behind you on the highway on just about any vehicle. And while the exterior has the vintage look, things get a little more modern and a little more luxurious when you open the door and peek inside. You're looking at a stainless steel sink, stove, microwave oven, and a small refrigerator. It's got everything you need to keep from going hungry in the great outdoors. There's even a decent-sized bathroom and a shower, sink, and everyone's favorite, a toilet. The Riverside Retro RV also offers a ton of storage space for when you're not hanging out inside. It even comes with a complete bike rack for the more adventurous traveler. It's a surefire way to get that retro look without having the problems of a retro model. Number 12, 1937 Hunt House Car. Now we're taking things back in time here. J. Roy Hunt is considered by RV aficionados as the father of the modern-day RV, and the 1937 Hunt House Car really put him on the map. Hunt originally worked as a car designer. One day in 1937, he decided to purchase the chassis of a Ford truck. He hired a specialist to create a fuselage in some 16-gauge steel and flush-fitting hatch, and topped it off with a multi-panel windshield. What was Hunt doing here? Well, he ended up creating the world's first RV with a working shower. Having a shower in your RV may sound like it's not a big deal. Back in 1937, it was probably the greatest luxury afforded to the lucky owner of the Hunt House Car. There was even a disappearing toilet inside of the RV that folded into the wall. So nowadays, you're not going to find any sort of mass-produced version of the Hunt House Car, but you can catch a glimpse at the RV Museum and Hall of Fame in Indiana. It's without a doubt one of the coolest vintage RVs ever made. Number 11, 1949 Highway Palace. Believe it or not, but Australians know a thing or two about big rigs, so it should come as no surprise when they unveiled the Highway Palace back in 1949. This was known as a fifth-wheel big rig, and is a custom-built caravan towed by a Fargo truck. It was so big that it needed the fifth wheel on the tow between the truck and the RV. It's not messing around. The RV itself is so big that to tow it, they had to make a special 9-inch tow ball made from military equipment. The 1949 Highway Palace demanded respect back in the day, and certainly earned it. When you walk inside, you're met with a plush dining area, a spacious kitchen, and a big bedroom and bathroom at the rear that came equipped with hot and running water for a bathtub. Then there was a large wardrobe and chest of drawers and a mirror in the bedroom, and a leather-covered club seating area that easily fits up to 10 people. Why would anyone need something like the Highway Palace? Well, if this is what someone is driving around in, then you can only imagine what their permanent residence looks like. Number 10, Wawa 180 Sport. The next little guy on our list is a real trooper. The Wawa 180 Sport is a golden oldie, made almost completely out of wood for recreational use on campsites. And since it only weighed about 660 pounds, it could fit just on about any car. And your automobile didn't have to be the most powerful on the market either to lug the Wawa around. It was the perfect little caravan for just about everyone. On the inside, there was room for a small kitchen, nothing too crazy, a refrigerator, sink, and a gas cooker. But don't like sleeping in a sleeping bag? That was no problem at all, because the Wawa 180 Sport also came complete with a twin bed that could be converted into 2 small benches and a table. It was a pretty solid deal and was made to look like a home away from home, and it could even fit up to 6 people. There was even a little solar panel on the roof for some extra oomph. But the roof was probably the most underrated aspect of the Wawa, seeing as how it was again made of wood and could be folded down almost like a convertible, making it the perfect little caravan to lay down and catch some rays in without worrying about laying on a bed of rocks in the great outdoors. Number 9, 1950 Westcraft Coronado. The 1950 Westcraft Coronado takes the term retro-futuristic to a whole new level. It's almost 100 years old, but easily looks like something that could be fashioned today. And as much as it could be a piece of art, it's still a solid home on wheels. It has since been updated and refurbished, now coming with an all-new aluminum exterior and paint job and refinished materials. The updated version is also coming with a newly reinforced body, axle, jacks, and skid wheels. Step inside and you'll see the full kitchen with an oven, stove, and sink with running water and a sizable dining area for when your gourmet meals on the go are ready. There's even enough room for a couch and full-size bed in there. It's not a bad deal. If you pull up to the campsite in a fancy 1950 Westcraft Coronado, people may start running up to you with cash in hand because it has that old-timey diner car feel. It's a pretty cool look. Retro is always going to be in style. Number 8, Happier Camper HC1. Who wouldn't want to hang out in something called the Happier Camper? It sounds great already. The Happier Camper HC1 is an all-fiberglass camper with an awesome 1950s look without the 1950s hardware. It's built with an advanced modular interior system that lets you use pre-designed cubes to add a little bit of functionality that you wouldn't typically get with another camper. You make the HC1 look like however you want it to, giving you a one-of-a-kind experience. And it's got plenty of storage space in there too for when you're out on the road. It's seriously big enough to fit a kayak and can easily be towed by a smaller SUV and cars without any issues. Well, it may look like it, but this ain't your dad's old RV. It's also big enough to fit 2 living spaces, a bathroom, and a small little kitchenette, and gets its look from the popular canned ham campers. The Happier Camper HC1 also fits about 17 gallons of fresh water, which should be more than enough for a fun weekend getaway with or without friends and family. Number 7, Winnebago Brave. Sometimes bigger really is better. And if you don't want to tow anything while you're cruising down the highway on your way to the campsite, then you may as well go with the Winnebago. The Winnebago Brave is an awesome Class A vintage-style motorhome that's fun and big enough for the whole family. Really, this thing's absolutely huge. You're looking at a full bathroom with a working shower, space for a queen bed, a loft above that, fresh water, pantries, wardrobe closets, a dining area, a sofa bed, a pedestal table in the living area, and of course, space for the TV. Wow. And when it comes to motorhomes, Winnebago is without a doubt a household name. They've been doing this thing for a long time, so their Brave model is a fresh new take on a classic. Number 6, 1969 CJ5 Jeep Camper. Good luck ever finding this one on the road, because as totally awesome as the 1969 CJ5 Jeep Camper is, it may as well not exist anymore. Part of their Jeep Great Escape campaign, the CJ5 Jeep Camper was simply a Jeep Gladiator with built-in slide-in units. The slide-in could fit the actual Jeep itself into either bed cabs or the luxury stand-up units. So if you were buying this thing back in 1969, then get ready to spend some serious cold hard cash. But it truly is one of a kind, and one of the coolest looking entries on this list. Much more like a modern truck camper though. The Jeep Camper extended over the front seat of the car to make room for the main overhead sleeping area. And it could fit 2 people above the CJ5 cab and another 2 in the makeshift bed after folding down the dining room table. It may not have been the most glamorous abode, but when you're out there roughing it with a Jeep, maybe you don't need too much luxury. The CJ5 also had water tanks, a stove, an oven, a toilet, gas, electricity, and heat, allowing it to compete with some of today's RVs out on the market. If you do manage to spot one of these for sale, get your checkbook out immediately, because this is a rare one. Number 5, 1977 Chevy Blazer Chalet. On its own, the 1977 Chevy Blazer is a pretty sweet vintage car, But slap a camper on the top of that bad boy, and you've got yourself one of the top vintage RVs out there. This off-roading adventure vehicle has four-wheel drive, 400 cubic inch, 4-barrel V8 engine. Couple that with the power steering, brakes, factory air conditioning, tilt steering wheel, and factory plaid seats, and rally wheels. You're looking at a real winner. Okay, so maybe all of those things aren't too impressive by today's standards. The 1977 Chevy Blazer Chalet is a real workhorse that's ready, willing, and able to get you on your camping trip, away from it all in a flash, and in some serious style. Sure, the camper is pretty small, but when it debuted in 1977, that was relatively a normal size. We weren't working with giant motorhomes just yet, but we were certainly on our way. The camper came with a tiny kitchen, a refrigerator, and a cooktop, so you could get the job done as long as you were low maintenance. And there's room for more than one person, absolutely. This old-timer can seat up to 4 and sleep 2. And the camper features a pop-off roof that gives you over 6 feet of headroom. Number 4, 1954 Royal Windsor Living Wagon. Here, we've got a motorhome fit for a king. The 1954 Royal Windsor Living Wagon is some Art Deco luxury on wheels. And you may be saying to yourself, it may look a little outlandish both inside and out, which makes sense considering the Royal Windsor Living Wagon's owners worked with Billy Smart's circus. And for the time, the red and yellow living wagon looked pretty futuristic, especially for the post-war era. Eventually, 2 more of these living wagons would be built for the original owner's family, probably because they were all so jealous. But the original always had a sign that said number 1 on the door, letting everyone know who had the idea first. But all 3 of these living wagons were built with a row of narrow windows along the roofline to make everyone on board feel like they were still under the sun while sitting in the coolest car in town. Modifications were made over the years, but in the end, the living wagon was a hefty 42 feet long. Number 3, 1970s GMC motorhome. The 1970s was perhaps the golden age of the motorhome and RV. In the new post-war world, creativity and innovation were at an all-time high, and so the folks at GMC made sure they were riding that train along with consumers. The 1970s era motorhome from GMC was the perfect vehicle for folks who loved to be in the great outdoors, and for the folks who were just casual campers alike. Their motorhome provided both comfort and adventure simultaneously. The head of GMC, Alex C. Mayer, set out to create the Cadillac of motorhomes. And boy, did he deliver. This 6x6 road beast came with a V8 engine and drove through a 3-speed automatic transmission using a heavy chain drive. And the rear suspension gave everyone on board a smooth magic carpet ride, and came with just about everything a single-family home would have to keep the whole family happy. Number 2, Cummer FC. Today, Cummer may be known for making the British Postal Service vans, but back in the swinging 60s, they were doling out solid workhorse known as the Cummer FC. It went through a handful of different iterations during its lifespan that lasted from about 1960 to 1976, but it never went down in quality. The best part about the Cummer FC was definitely its size. It didn't take up too much space, both on the road and in the driveway. But when you walk inside, there's plenty of room for everybody. You had 2 benches, a wardrobe, a sink tucked in behind the cab, and the later models came with the top bed portion. The whole thing was only about 14 feet long from end to end. When you're hanging out with your feet up, and the rear doors wide open, Cummer FC felt like it went on forever. Number 1, Hanomag F20L Orion camper. Hanomag was a German truck manufacturer that saw what all of their American competitors were churning out when it came to RVs, motorhomes, all-around adventure vehicles. So in the 1970s, they thought they might try and take a crack at it. And as it turns out, they were pretty successful. The company had a short lifespan, starting things out in 1969 and unfortunately folding in 1974. But during that time, they were able to produce the Hanomag Henshaw F20L Orion camper. Lucky for them, the intellectual property was acquired by Mercedes-Benz, so enthusiasts were able to drive this guy around for another few years until 1978. Several models managed to make their way overseas, but the Orion camper is a pretty rare sight today. The Orion has a pretty interesting look to it, considering its manufacturing was riding the coattails of the German automakers producing vehicles for the war effort. If you do manage to see an Orion at an auto show, it's likely it's been updated, but it did offer benches and a small kitchenette for anyone lucky enough to own it. Watch our Vehicles playlist for more top 15 videos about amazing vehicles.
Okay, there we go. I don't know why it keeps echoing. I'm not changing anything. It just starts. I don't know. Blame StreamYards, I guess. But I got inspired. I was looking for a RV. This thing looks pretty reasonable here. It's fixer upper. Looks pretty nice. They only want $500 for it. What do you guys think? $500 for this. It's close by. See if I can blow it up a little bit more. Just making the words bigger. So, oh, there you go. So far, so good. So far, so good. No warnings. But yeah, this is pretty nice here. It said it only had 28,000 miles when it caught fire. I have the radiator grill and the front pieces. Windshield are good. Have tires to roll on. Blah, blah, blah. You can have it. $500 delivery is available. Let's see a picture of the other side. Oh, there's a little bit missing, isn't there? Just a little bit missing on the other side there. But at least the windows and the windshield are in place. Wow. This is better than Rich Lives. Yep. Put your own motor of your own choice in there. There you go. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's funny. That's true, though, right? You might be interested in just a short amount of time. All righty, let's see here. Let's see what she sent. All righty, let's see here. Let's see.
Believed to have first originated in the warm forest.
Oh, boy. All right. You want me to show that? I will. There we go. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It used to make just me small on the side, and then now it's making me like real big. It's probably some of my settings. I don't know. Now what happened? You see a shadow? No, it's just, I don't know. It's using the lights overhead over here, so it's. Maybe it's better. Not sure. All right, let's see here. Let's just do it this way.
forested regions of the southern hemisphere around 128 million years ago. Snakes are one of the longest lasting and enduring parts of the animal kingdom still around today. There are currently more than 3,000 known species that are present virtually everywhere apart from Antarctica and 4 island countries. And the variety in terms of their appearance and size is astonishing. In the right environment, they're able to grow to huge proportions. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the top 15 biggest snakes ever found. Number 15, reticulated python. Native to regions across South and Southeast Asia, reticulated python is not only one of the heaviest species of snake, it's also one of the longest species that we currently know about. With smooth dorsal scales along their bodies and the recognizable patterning throughout, usually grow up to 21 feet or just under 6.5 meters in length, but can get much larger than this. The current world record holder for the largest snake is a reticulated python called Medusa. It was measured in 2011 to be 25 feet 2 inches long, 350 pounds in weight. Part of the reason it was able to get so large is that it was kept in captivity, but experts believe it's more than possible that one could get equally as large, or even bigger in the wild, given the right circumstances. Frighteningly, there are very few animals that a reticulated python won't consider to be prey, so long as they're big enough. There have been several instances where they've swallowed humans. As a type of constrictor, they don't have any venom, but will simply wrap themselves around a target and squeeze the life out of them. While they won't eat very often, they have a number of large meals like this, they'll almost certainly become supersized. Number 14, King Cobra. King Cobra is one of the most famous species of venomous snake, but as well as being able to kill with their bite, they're also capable of growing surprisingly large. Native to the jungles of southern and southeast Asia, you can tell them apart from other cobras by the patterns on their necks, and the fact that they're much bigger than any other venomous species. They can develop a range of different colors, such as black and white stripes, to browns and grays, all of which depend on the environment that they live in. This helps them to camouflage in with their surroundings. Their main food source is other snake species, or occasionally smaller rodents and lizards. They won't think twice about using their venom to protect themselves if they feel threatened. A bite by one of these won't always result in envenomation, but studies suggest there's a fatality rate of up to 60% if it's left untreated. Your natural reaction if you see one in the wild would probably be to run as fast as you can, however, because they tend to grow around 13 feet in length. Some individuals have been known to reach 20 feet, making them seriously large and dominating animals. Number 13, Green Anaconda. Competing with the reticulated python for being the largest snake species in the world, the green anaconda may not be as long, but they can certainly grow much bulkier and heavier. They're found in the rainforests and jungles of South America, where they spend most of their time in slow-moving water, and occasionally venture onto land if they're desperately looking for food. One of the reasons they live as such an aquatic life is because the water helps to support their bulk, and they're perfectly adapted to hiding just with the tops of their heads above the water in wait for potential prey to pass by. Once they spot a suitable target, they'll wrap their muscular bodies around them and squeeze so tightly that it's impossible to breathe. Once their victim has died, they'll swallow them whole. Capable of hunting jaguar and even caiman, green anacondas are arguably the apex predators of the Amazon. They usually have an olive coloration with black blotches along their bodies, and they'll often grow to around 16 or 17 feet long, with a weight of around 154 pounds. Of course, some individuals can become much larger, however, and it's not known quite how big they can get. There are countless reports of ones exceeding 30 feet or about 9 meters, weighing as much as 500 pounds, but as of yet, specimens of this size haven't officially been measured and confirmed to be true. Number 12, Gaboon Viper. The Gaboon Viper is the largest species of viper that's native to Africa, and it also holds the record of having the longest fangs of any known venomous snake. They live in the rainforest and savanna regions across the continent, and are named after the estuary of a river where they were first recorded by scientists. Normally, individuals will grow to around 5 feet, with a weight of up to about 19 pounds, but researchers have reported specimens as long as 6 feet, that weigh as much as 25 pounds. Apart from their sheer size and their fangs that can be around 2 inches long, Gaboon vipers can be identified by their triangular heads, which are substantially narrower at their necks, and their horn-like raised nostrils. When they're out in the open, their coloration and patterning is hard to miss, but it's highly effective at keeping them hidden within the undergrowth. And you'll have virtually no chance of seeing one if that's the case. Because of the regions where they live and their relatively passive temperament, bites on humans are, thankfully, extremely rare. They do, however, have extremely large venom glands and won't release their grip after sinking their teeth into flesh, which gives them the opportunity to deliver a large volume of toxins. If someone's unfortunate enough to be bitten by one, they can expect symptoms such as nausea, swelling, intense pain, and shock, and will often have to have the affected limb amputated to reduce the chances of a fatal outcome. Number 11. Amethystine python. The amethystine python, which is also known as the scrub python, is a species that's found in Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and Australia, and is the largest type of snake measured by both length and weight that's found in those countries. While adults will usually grow to around 13 feet long, the accepted record length for this species is an enormous 23.6 feet for an individual that was captured in 1954. Some specimens have also been claimed to weigh as much as 200 pounds, but these reports have yet to be verified. Researchers note, however, that the regions where this species is present means that it's quite possible that much larger ones may exist, especially in the lush island jungles where very few people ever venture. If there's a species of snake that will ever take the crown from the reticulated python as being the longest, then it is probably this one. As with other pythons, they aren't venomous, but instead rely on their size to overwhelm their preferred prey of birds, bats, rats, and other mammals. They're often seen positioned next to riverbanks to attack animals that have arrived in search of drinking water. Number 10. Bushmaster. Bushmasters, which are known scientifically as lachesis, are a type of venomous pit viper that are native to regions across Central and South America. There are 4 recognized species of bushmaster, each of which has adapted to its specific habitat, and with the ability to grow up to 13 feet long. They're not only the longest venomous snakes that are found in the Western Hemisphere, but they're also the longest species of viper in the world. They aren't, however, as heavy as some other vipers. They're much faster than you might expect. When they decide to bite in order to catch prey or to defend themselves, they'll usually deliver a series of successive strikes to inject as much venom as possible. This method means that juvenile snakes can be deadly to people, and it's just lucky that they tend to live far away from large populations, so attacks on humans are extremely rare. In a similar way to rattlesnakes, bushmaster tails end with a horn spine that on occasion can vibrate in a similar way to create a noise that they use to warn larger animals to stay away. It's normally far quieter than the sound generated by their close relatives, though, which has resulted in them sometimes being called mute rattlesnakes. Number 9. Coastal taipan. Endemic to coastal regions around Australia and New Guinea, coastal taipans are extremely venomous snakes and the longest species with a potentially deadly bite that's found in those regions. First described in 1867, the longest known specimens have measured up to 11 feet long, and they're identifiable by their olive brown and reddish body colorations. In a lot of ways, they're visually similar to black mambas. This is another example of convergent evolution, where two species aren't closely related to one another, but have developed similarly effective attributes, such as a long, narrow head, which makes it easier to strike quickly at a target. If you ever encounter one of these snakes, then you'd be best advised to stay well clear of it, because they're considered to be one of the top 3 most potentially dangerous species of terrestrial snake around the world. Around 4% of snake bites in Australia are attributed to them, because they usually won't hesitate to bite, and while very few deaths are thought to occur as a result, the toxins can cause extreme pain, horrific symptoms, and in a lot of cases, life-altering injuries. Number 8. Burmese python. Found in areas across Southeast Asia, including Myanmar, after which they were originally named, Burmese pythons are another python species that can grow to become some of the largest snakes in the world. Normally, they can be expected to reach a length of around 16 feet, but on occasions, individuals have been measured at up to 23 feet long. They look fairly similar to other python species, with white and dark brown blotches along their bodies, and for a long time they were believed to be a subspecies of the Indian python until genetic analysis was undertaken in 2009 to prove they were a distinct one in their own right. In their native regions, there's concern about their population numbers, and they're considered as vulnerable, but Burmese pythons are remarkably capable at adapting to new environments. Because of their potential size and patterning, they became popular pets and zoo exhibits, which now has backfired. In the wake of Hurricane Andrew in 1992, a group of Burmese pythons from a facility in Florida were accidentally released. They've been now able to establish a viable population and are spreading across the state and are causing havoc to the natural ecosystem. Number 7. Eastern Indigo. The Eastern Indigo is a member of the largest family of snakes in the world, which are present on every continent apart from Antarctica. But this particular species is one that's only found in the wild in the southeastern United States. Notable for its dark blue-black coloring with occasional reddish scales on the throat, cheeks, or chin, they get their name because when they're seen under bright light, they can appear to be iridescent and seem to change to a purplish color. There are non-venomous species that keep to flat woods, dried streams, fields, and sandy regions where they'll hunt any small animals that they encounter. They've been seen to use a range of different methods to overpower their prey, and have been known to grab animals and beat them against rocks or other hard objects, something they're more than capable of doing because of their size. They normally grow to around 7.5 feet long in adulthood, but the longest recorded specimen was much longer, at about 9.2 feet. This easily makes them the longest snake species that are native to North America, although now that other invasive species have been introduced, they've been forced out of habitats by some much larger snakes, especially around Florida. Number 6. King Brown. Found throughout Australia, King Brown is another highly venomous species of snake that's native to the country and can also grow to unnerving lengths. Depending on the region that they're seen, they have all a slightly different color, which ranges from light tan to dark brown or black, or perhaps even reddish green. But no matter how they look, locals know to treat them with extreme caution. They may not be the deadliest of animals in Australia, but their venom can still pack a punch. It's been more than 50 years since someone has been recorded as dying from a king brown bite, but there have been countless instances of incidents that have led to temporary paralysis, extreme pain, and uncontrollable swelling, which mean that it's still regarded as a dangerous species. This is made worse by their dominating presence in the undergrowth. Individuals often grow to a length of up to 11 feet. It's therefore one of the 5 longest species of venomous snake on Earth, and one that's able to use its strength as well as its toxins to overpower its prey quickly and effectively. Boa constrictors have been known to become as long as 14 feet, and potentially even longer. They're also quite a heavy-bodied snake species, that they can weigh up to 60 pounds. But again, in captivity they can supersize, and the heaviest known individual weighed in excess of 100 pounds. Number 4. Eastern Diamondback. The Eastern Diamondback is probably the most notorious species of snake that's native to the United States, as it's a highly venomous type of pit viper. It's the largest known species of rattlesnake and one of the heaviest venomous snakes anywhere in the Americas. But because they've so often been hunted by people worried about their effect on cattle or human towns, their numbers have drastically dropped in recent decades, and there are now calls for them to be legally protected. Despite their potential danger, they don't pose too much of a risk to people because they simply don't see us as prey. They only ever attack us if they feel under threat. Even then, they'll send a warning when I rattle their tail, and will probably try to escape first before resorting to delivering a bite. They are able to adapt to their environments incredibly well, and are just as likely to be seen slithering through branches and trees as they are to set up nests within gopher burrows. Their day-to-day routine often depends on how big they are. Adults can grow to a wide range of sizes, from as short as 3.5 feet to more than double that, and the largest on record was said to be just under 8 feet long. While this may not be as large as other species of snakes, it would undoubtedly be an unnerving prospect to come face to face with one of these in the wild. Number 3, African rock python. The African rock python is, as you'd expect from the name, a species that's native to sub-Saharan Africa, and along with other closely related pythons, is one of the 6 largest types of snake that are known about. They live in a variety of different habitats, such as forests, scrublands, on the edge of deserts. The only thing they seem to like is to be near a source of water. This is likely because their main technique of finding prey involves hiding near the water and waiting for something to approach for a drink, at which point they'll corner their target and begin to wrap their powerful bodies around them. They'll often go for long periods without a meal, especially during the dry season, when they'll become dormant. This is one of the reasons they grow so large, to allow them to capture much bigger prey. African rock pythons can be expected to grow to a length of about 20 feet, and in captivity have been known to grow to several feet longer than this. The bulk and muscle that they develop to support this size gives them an astonishing hunting capacity, and it's not unusual to find one that has devoured something as big as an antelope, or potentially even an entire crocodile. Number 2, Black Mamba. Of all the venomous snake species in the world, the one that poses the greatest threat is probably the black mamba. Not only does it produce extremely potent toxins, but it's also the second longest venomous species on Earth, and is one of the fastest moving snakes too. They're found across sub-Saharan Africa, where they live in savanna, woodlands, forests, and rocky outcrops. They can be arboreal or terrestrial, depending on what the conditions dictate, and are highly adaptive. They are identifiable by their gray or dark brown scales when fully grown. But by the time you realize why they're called black mambas, it could well be too late. That's because when they feel under threat and are planning to attack, they'll perform a display that involves opening their mouth and revealing the inky black interior. With the ability to move at a speed of up to 10 miles an hour over short distances, there aren't many things that can evade their attack. Once they've sunk their fangs in, they'll wait for the venom to do its work. Incredibly, despite their speed and deadly bite, they grow much longer than you would expect. They'll often be up to just under 10 feet long. On occasion, specimens have been found in the wild that are as much as 10 feet in length. It's no wonder then that they become one of the most feared snake species on Earth. It's fortunate that they normally live in places that aren't often visited by people. Number 1, Titanoboa. With more than 128 million years of evolutionary history, there have been countless species of snake that once existed that no longer do. And that's a good thing, too. Some snakes that once roamed the Earth were absolutely gigantic in comparison to the ones that we have today. Around 60 million years ago, in the time following the event that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs, Earth's climate was very different than it is today, particularly in South America. It was much warmer and more humid. This is one of the main factors that allowed reptiles of all types to grow to extraordinary sizes. Fossils have been found of several snake species from that time that would easily be the largest if they were still alive. But the one that beats them all, and the one that is currently believed to be the largest to ever exist, is known as Titanoboa. Roaming the tropical forests of the region in a similar way to how green anacondas do today. They're believed to have grown to 42 feet long, and are thought to have weighed as much as 2,500 pounds. Despite being extraordinarily muscular, evidence has suggested that Titanoboa wouldn't have been able to move on land because of their size, and would have instead spent their entire lives in swamps and lakes. While on the face of it, you'd expect a beast like this to have been an apex predator, they were most likely piscivorous, although would have probably taken the opportunity to capture a terrestrial animal that ventured too close to the water's edge. Watch our how lifelike these robots look. As robotic technology continues to advance, robots are looking more and more like humans. Here are the top 15 most human-looking robots. Number 15, Anki Cosmo. Starting off our list is something a little more accessible, fun, and perhaps a harmless robot. The Cosmo from San Francisco-based Anki. Anki comes with an AI that its creators have named the Emotion Engine. Cosmo reacts to situations just as a human would, using the full range of emotions from sadness to rage, and expresses them through its adorable little face. Cosmo comes with blue square-shaped eyes that can react along with its small arms to show you exactly how it feels. Play a game with Cosmo and it will smile with elation, but beat Cosmo and it will make an angry face and pound its little robot fists on the table. Anki is constantly updating Cosmo's programming to make it feel more nuanced and alive, and even enlisted the help of former Pixar animator Carlos Baena to help make it feel more animated. And if you're not paying enough attention to Cosmo, it's got plenty of audible emotive sounds to let you know exactly how it feels. Number 14, Kime. Created by Spanish-based Mako Robotics, Kime is shaking things up, literally, as the world's first humanoid robotic bartender. And while Kime won't listen to all of your life's drunken woes, with its amazing AI, it can pour a beer in 23 seconds with great precision. It was tested by serving drinks at a local brewery, and much to the patron's surprise, it was able to pour 300 glasses in an hour. It's not bad, considering the bartender will never tire out or have a salty attitude. Currently, Kime is used at festivals and events. You can't complain about a bad bartender anymore. This time, you don't even have to tip. And while it won't make you a fancy cocktail just yet, Kime does have machine learning, so hopefully one day it will make a pretty mean Manhattan. Mako Robotics' future plans involve creating a humanoid robotic chef that can be left alone to assist human chefs. Kime may end up being one of the kitchen staff members that can take the heat. Number 13, Digit. A simple name for a sophisticated machine, Digit is the latest project from Agility Robotics. While it has a humanoid shape, Digit lacks a head, giving it a more frightening look, but its AI system more than makes up for it. Its AI and machine learning technology allows it to walk upright, climb up and down stairs, walk over different types of terrains, navigate obstacles, and even balance on one leg, should the strange need arise. In January of 2020, Ford purchased a number of Digit models to put them to work in their factories because of its ability to lift, carry, and stack up to 40 pounds. And when Digit's workday is over, it can fold itself up for easy storage. It's pretty amazing. But the team at Ford has even bigger plans for Digit. It's been reported that within the near future, Ford will employ Digit to ride in a driverless car to pick up and deliver packages to customers. In the meantime, the company is still feeling out how humans react to the AI. Number 12, Serena 4. Debuting in 2019 and created by a team of researchers, engineers, and professors in Iran, Serena 4 looks like it's from a science fiction movie. And perhaps that's where the idea originated. Taking 9 years to complete this fourth-generation humanoid robot is about the same size as a human adult and can perform most of the same basic tasks. Serena 4 can reach a maximum walking speed of just under 1 kilometer per hour, has 43 degrees of movement freedom, and can perform dexterous tasks like picking up different shaped objects. But what's perhaps most impressive is its speech and facial recognition, object detection, position measurement, and counting capabilities. So the Serena 4 will probably have a better time remembering faces than the rest of us do. It also uses a voice user interface, meaning we're moving even closer to having vocal conversations with advanced AI. And while it may work in a factory or a supply plant one day, for now, the main purpose of the Serena 4 is to encourage students to pursue career and research in AI and robotics. Number 11, Pepper. If you live in or have ever visited Japan, you may be familiar with this next entry on our list, Pepper. Pepper is a humanoid robotic design from SoftBank Robotics with emotion reading AI. She can work as a receptionist, in retail, and even as a nanny. It's also not uncommon to be greeted by her at a restaurant. Pepper's got your back. She has Educational Integrated Development Environment, or IDE for short, called Tethys, created to help teach students how to code. Who better to teach coding than a robot? Students can use software to program how she moves, walks, talks, and show messages on her screen in real time. And as helpful as Pepper is, SoftBank is hoping that she will inspire future generations of engineers, roboticists, and AI developers. Number 10, Robothespian. Have you ever thought that an actor gave a robotic performance? Well, this one will hopefully do a little bit better. Created in 2004 by UK-based Engineered Arts, Robothespian is a third-generation AI actor. This humanoid robot can get loaded with a library of songs, gestures, greetings, and impressions to get the part. It's interactive and multilingual, so it can work with actors all around the globe. They can even interact with other robo-thespians to put on fully automated robotic theater. It's slowly starting to catch up with movie magic technologies as it comes to compete with movement tracking, animation software, lighting, sound, and external device control. And you won't need a fancy computer to control it, because the robo-thespian has touchscreen control. For now, the humanoid can only move using a hidden system of tracks and dollies, but the engineered arts team is working hard on giving it autonomous walking ability. Number 9. Nadine, the social robot. If you're ever feeling alone without anyone to talk to, there's always Nadine, the social robot. Built by scientists at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, Nadine was built to be a socially intelligent, human-looking robot with her own built-in personality, mood, and emotions. All of that sounds great, as long as she's not in a bad mood. Her human creator, Nadia Thalmann, feels strongly that one day these social robots like Nadine will play a more prevalent role, not just in society as a whole, but in our everyday lives. So that's why Nadine isn't just a robot. Technically, she's got a job, receptionist. Talk about a robocall. But this robotic humanoid has got soft skin and hair texture, pretty similar to a human's. And while you likely won't mistake her for a living, breathing human, the resemblance is pretty stark. So if you do end up seeing Nadine first when you walk into the office, she'll happily greet you with a big smile, a handshake, and will look right into your eyes as the two of you talk about your morning. If you're happy, Nadine is happy. If you're upset, then so is Nadine. But she's also got a pretty good memory, so make sure to let her know that you've got a birthday coming up. But that also means that she's got the ability to recognize the faces of the folks she's met and everything they've said to her in the past. Instead of a human brain, though, Nadine has intelligent software that's pretty similar to Siri and Cortana, meaning that she knows just about anything and everything, possibly making her the most knowledgeable receptionist in the world. Maybe she's gunning for that promotion. Number 8. Erica. Don't you want to go where everybody knows your name? Well, wherever Erica is, that's where you want to be. Oh, you don't know Erica? Well, she knows who you are. In fact, she never forgets a face. Literally. Erica is the humanoid robot from Japan that nods her head when she speaks to you and lets her eyes wander during the conversation. But don't worry, because she's most definitely listening. She's another conversational robot companion. But just because she can talk doesn't mean she's working with vast amounts of information. Her dialogue and the extent of her knowledge are preset, although there's always room to learn, and she can pretty easily identify keywords, phrases, and full sentences to give you an answer. But it may be safe to say that Erica is still smarter than a lot of people you may know. Erica is part of a 5-year research project with the goal of building a talking friend for the aging population of Japan, which is shrinking at an incredible rate. And while she may tote the line into the uncanny valley, Erica serves an incredibly important purpose for a generation that, in other parts of the world, often goes unnoticed. The team behind her is addressing the social needs of the geriatric population. They're doing it very well. She's not here to become your coworker. She's here to be your friend, and when you need one, not a bad deal. Number 7. Jia Jia. Scientists in China have also been hard at work on their first humanoid robot, and boy, does she look like she's one of us. Her name is Jia Jia, and her creators are hopeful that she'll play an integral part in the world of cyborg labor in China. Officially unveiled in 2017 by a team of engineers at the University of Science and Technology of China, team leader Cheng Xiaoping feels strongly that by 2030, China at least will be using artificial intelligence and human-like robots to work menial jobs like restaurants, nursing homes, households, and hospitals. But China's population is so astronomically high that the jury's still out on Chen's theory. While her AI isn't as impressive as some others on our list, her human resemblance can be incredibly off-putting to some. She's got flowing black hair and a very real-looking skin and facial structure that could make it tough if you had to play Spot the Robot. She'll even let you know if she thinks you're handsome, but don't get ahead of yourself, because if you ask Jia Jia out, she'll shoot you down pretty quick. No, really, she's been programmed to never say yes to a date. But Jia Jia does have machine learning, so maybe after a few years she'll learn what her type is and one day give a lucky someone a resounding yes. Number 6. Toyota THR-3. The Toyota THR-3 humanoid robot is the 3rd generation of Toyota's humanoid robot program and is a robotic jack-of-all-trades. It can be programmed to act in several ways, including cleaning, construction, caregiving, or simple companionship. So whether you have too much to do around the house or just need a friend, the THR3 has got you covered. It can even learn to do new things, so it will never go out of style. But what makes this humanoid robot so special is that it's a hybrid, autonomous, and remote model. It can either operate on its own or be controlled by a nearby human, but they won't be using a boring old computer. Instead, the Toyota THR3 can sync up to another human wearing a motion capture suit and imitate their every movement. And while it may seem strange, the robot is stronger than most people, meaning it can make up for human flaws where we need it the most. Number 5. CB2. Traveling back to Japan for one of the stranger entries on our list is the CB2 from Osaka University. Released back in 2006, CB2 is essentially a robot baby created to help students study neurological development of human babies in an ethical way. Its artificial intelligence lets it recognize human faces, understand emotions, and give physical reactions. It even has tactile sensors under its gray rubber skin that allow the CB2 to respond to being held, stroked, and cuddled. Because the CB2 represents a human 2-year-old, it can stand up, but only with the help of another human. It can sit in a chair on its own, though, mimicking breathing as its chest rises and falls, and its beady eyes will even follow you across the room. Its AI allows for machine learning, so much like a 2-year-old, it can watch students and researchers and learn how to be more human. Number 4. Asimo. Not to be confused with Awesemo. Asimo is a humanoid robot from Honda that began development back in the year 2000. Because of its unique AI, Asimo is one of the world's most advanced humanoid robots. Like us, it's bipedal and can walk on its own, but it's not easily staggered. Its AI helps to understand how to maintain its balance, keeping upright when it meets a bump in the road, and can quickly adapt to different situations and hazards on the fly. Honda's Asimo was revealed as one of the world's first 2-legged walking robots, and has evolved considerably over the last 2 decades. And while it doesn't yet serve a commercial purpose like some of the other entries on our list, it's still incredibly impressive and can move better than many clumsy humans can. Its AI also allows it to interact with humans, walk up and down staircases, and recognize a pretty large array of external objects. It's a robot that will likely never stop learning. Number 3. Romeo. This is one humanoid robot that will become part of the family. Romeo was designed by Francis Aldebaran Robotics and stands about 1.5 meters tall. Its main purpose is to assist people who have lost their physical autonomy, such as the elderly and handicapped. Romeo is just the right size to open doors, climb stairs, and reach objects on the table for the human it's helping. Eventually, the developers are hoping he'll be able to carry people in the event they've fallen down or simply need help standing from the chair. Because Romeo's functions are so important, its movements almost enter the uncanny valley, mimic that of a human's almost perfectly. Number 2. Sophia. One of the most uncanny humanoid robots with an incredible AI system has got to be the Hansen's Robotics Sophia. Built in Hong Kong and debuting at the South by Southwest Festival in 2016, Sophia looks more human than AI. Sophia is a social robot who uses her AI to recognize human faces, hold a conversation, and even form relationships. Famously, she even made a late-night television appearance, told jokes to the audience, and acknowledged that they were laughing. And while she's coming up with jokes and icebreakers with machine learning, rather than off the top of her head, she knows exactly when and how to say them, and her human-like facial expressions reflect each situation she finds herself in. But Sophia can understand and answer very basic questions like, "What are you looking at?" and "Is the door open or closed?" And while she may not yet understand everything she's saying, she can use her dialogue system to correctly piece together what to say, which is better than most humans can do. Sophia has become so popular and groundbreaking that she became a legal citizen of Saudi Arabia just after her release. We're sure they're happy to have her. Number 1. Geminoid DK. Next time you're walking down the busy city streets, you could be crossing paths with this most human of looking robots. His name, Geminoid DK. Okay, maybe not the coolest or most practical name in the world, but Geminoid DK is going to have you fooled at first, second, and maybe even third glances. And even then, you may be asking yourself if this is a human pretending to be a robot, rather than the other way around. But rest easy, because this guy is, at the end of the day, just a bucket of nuts and bolts, albeit very well put together nuts and bolts. Geminoid DK is the next generation of the Geminoid series of ultra-realistic androids from Kokoro, a Japanese firm, and Osaka University roboticist Hiroshi Ishiguro. And believe it or not, the DK was designed to look just like Professor Heinrich Scharf of Aalborg at the University of Denmark. And now we can't even tell the two apart. Robot Impersonator cost about 200 grand and was created in order to study people's reactions to lifelike robots, because frankly, unless you're one of the world's top robotics teams, it's not something many of us have grown accustomed to just yet. Kind of a strange life purpose for the Geminoid DK. But then you have to ask, is something like this even alive? Makes you think, doesn't it?
Watch our binge-watching playlist if you'd like to watch all of our most popular top 15 videos. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and get ready to binge.
Okay. Yeah, it needs a bob haircut to be Karen, right? Just put a wig on it. Robo Karen. Robots are looking more real these days. Pretty crazy. Yep, look like Small Wonder all grown up. Yep. That it sure did. See what else we can find for you. Let's see here. I'm not sure why it was echoing earlier. I had my mic and everything turned off. It just does that sometimes. Let me see. All right, here we go.
Starting off at number 10 now, we have the robot.
All right, let's try this now. Let's see. Okay.
Starting off at number 10 now, we have the robot cannon. In 2008, a tragedy in South Africa occurred when a robotic cannon malfunctioned, killing 9 soldiers and injuring a further 15. It was the first day in which the soldiers had used live ammunition on this anti-aircraft gun. As the gun was fired, one of them had a stoppage. Now this happens sometimes, and technicians came out to quickly fix the gun. This time though, after the gun was fixed and began firing again, it swung wildly to the left. One barrel fired a burst of 15 to 20 shots in just 1/8 of a second. That's all it took to kill the 9 soldiers and injure 15 others who were operating the other guns to the left of the malfunctioning one. Moving on to number 9 now, we have the robot surgeon. In 2015, news broke of a robot surgeon that killed 144 patients and injured a further 1,391. Basically, if this robot was a person, it would be one of the worst killers of all time. Technically speaking though, if I'm being honest, this wasn't all due to one single robot. Those deaths and injuries were from many different robots used during surgeries in the US. If you want to talk about specific robots though, there was an example in this study of a mechanical surgeon that killed 2 people and injured 52 others when it kept powering down mid-operation or making an incorrect movement. Another common case that caused 1 death and 100
Whether you want to admit it or not, you're scared of something. Be it spiders, ghosts, tight spaces, or your crazy ex that won't stop sending you messages. It's normal to be just a little bit fearful. There are some phobias, however, that are downright strange. Join us as we take a look through the top 15 most unusual phobias. Number 15. Geniophobia. When you look at someone's face, chances are that you'll quickly notice their eyes, nose, mouth, and skin. However, if you're someone with geniophobia, your eyes immediately circle down to their chin. That's because these people have a fear of chins. And while people with, quote, normal chins generally won't scare them, anyone with very sharp, angled chins, doubled chins, or so-called deformed chins can cause them extreme anxiety. Generally speaking, geniophobia is caused by the childhood trauma of either falling on your chin, getting into a fight and injuring your chin, or getting bullied because of your chin. Weird, we know. In any case, therapists will often use several different types of behavioral therapies as treatments so that sufferers are able to better handle their anxiety around this pointed piece of anatomy. Number 14. Cuteliophobia. Chances are that you eat with a fork, knife, and spoon every single day, but if you happen to be former One Direction star Liam Payne, then spoons would be out of the question. That's because he suffers from a very rare condition known as cuteliophobia, which is a fear of spoons. According to Liam, he's fine with using his own spoons, but has an aversion to using the spoons of others. And this is because, quote, when I was a kid, I was a bit naughty at school, but when you were naughty, they made you do the washing up. I had to wash all these nasty spoons, and it just stuck with me after. I don't know what people are doing with their spoons, and I don't want to know, end quote. Thus, while going out for dinner with Liam Payne would be a dream for many, we suggest not taking him to a soup restaurant. Number 13. Lutrophobia. Most people would agree that otters are very cute creatures. After all, while otters have strong teeth and a powerful bite, they're almost benign animals that pose no real danger to humans. However, if you suffer from lutrophobia, then you see things differently, as this phobia is the fear of otters. While this may sound a little silly, sufferers of this phobia believe that otters are extremely dangerous, and as a result they will often go so far as to live in an urban setting, away from bodies of water in order to avoid otters. Yet it shouldn't come as a surprise that this phobia is extremely uncommon. Number 12. Hippopotamonstrosis quippedaliophobia. While this may seem like some sick joke, it turns out that the phobia of long words is a word so long that it's nearly impossible to pronounce. Interestingly enough, it turns out that this phobia is a very real thing, and it's usually attributed to those who experience a great deal of anxiety when faced with long words. It often stems from the time when the sufferer was in school, as often as an episode of embarrassment after failing to pronounce a long word can trigger this phobia. However, this phobia can be corrected with gradual exposure, with the process often beginning with a sufferer first seeing long words, then thinking about them and finally saying them out loud. Regardless, we're sure that even if you don't have this phobia, the name for it probably gives you a bit of a headache. Number 11. Geliophobia. Most people like to watch a good comedy skit, but for those with geliophobia, things that are funny can often be the source of a lot of anxiety. That's because this phobia is the fear of laughter, laughing, or being laughed at by someone. This disorder often starts at a young age, where events such as being bullied or being reprimanded for laughing at inappropriate times can lead to an actual fear of laughter. And as a result, sufferers often find that social situations where they're expected to laugh are a source of anxiety, since they don't know how to act or react when confronted with jokes. As such, the reaction to these situations is often a feeling of discomfort, and for some, panic attacks and heart palpitations are even a possibility. Therefore, while many people try to laugh away their problems, this simply isn't possible for those with geliophobia. Number 10. Dipnophobia. We get it. Talking at the table can be awkward, and be it getting grilled about what you did today or having a political debate with extended family members on Thanksgiving, it's normal to have some mild annoyance toward these types of confrontations. However, if you suffer from dipnophobia, then you likely take this annoyance to a whole new level, since this phobia is the fear of dinner conversations. To be clear, dipnophobia does not relate to being scared of the food itself, but rather to the idea of having social interactions during dinner time. Those who have it will often avoid dinner dates and family functions at all costs, and attending them would lead to anxiety symptoms such as fear of being criticized, embarrassment, nausea, and sweating. In order to manage dipnophobia, it's often recommended that you collect your thoughts and think in the present, and this allows you to come to your senses and realize that the situation at hand isn't all that bad. However, the truth of the matter is that no matter how much therapy you go through, it probably won't prepare you for dealing with some crazy comments from a distant uncle or two during Christmas dinner. Number 9. Heliophobia. Anyone who's watched a vampire movie or two knows that if there's one thing that vampires don't like as much as garlic, it's sunlight, as it weakens their powers and in some tales makes them unable to walk. However, it turns out that the fear of sunlight can even manifest in humans by way of a condition known as heliophobia. Often paired with an aversion to bright lights, the underlying fear with heliophobia is usually that bright rays could either cause skin cancer or make you age quickly, with the cause of this condition often being either the trauma of getting a major sunburn or a fear passed down by one's parents about staying out of the sun. Now, to be fair, this condition doesn't encompass those with legitimate skin conditions such as chemical photosensitivity or hereditary photodermatosis, but instead refers to people who have an irrational fear of the sun. In any case, the good thing about heliophobia is that there are several ways to treat it. One of the most common is exposure therapy, which requires a sufferer to slowly expose themselves to sunlight on a consistent basis until they become comfortable with it, although cognitive behavioral therapy and medications are sometimes used. So while heliophobia may be pretty irrational, it's relatively easy to treat.
We are constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button.
Number 8. Phobophobia. While many people are scared of things such as heights, tight spaces, ghosts, or aliens, the fear of fear itself is a more complex matter, known as phobophobia. People who suffer from it not only have underlying fears about whatever they're scared about, but also feel scared to be scared. And as a result, phobophobia can be difficult to treat because it's a fear of an abstract concept rather than a tangible thing. Phobophobia is often associated with one's social environment, where having witnessed someone have an intense phobia to something may make you also fear such a negative reaction, which ironically can spark a negative reaction. However, phobophobia is sometimes also sparked by general anxiety, and those who get fearful or anxious often sometimes end up fearing their fearful response to these anxieties. In any case, phobophobia is often treated by encouraging lifestyle changes that make the phobophobic person go outside their comfort zone and therefore experience fear more regularly. Number 7. Anthophobia. Most people love getting a bouquet of flowers as a gift, but for some, the prospect of receiving one is absolutely terrifying. Known as anthophobia, a fear of flowers can be caused by several different things, with the most common including negative experiences, which include things such as getting stung by a bug while around flowers, or seeing a certain type of flower at a traumatic event, such as a funeral. The negative patterns created in the brain as a result can lead to someone being scared of all flowers or only specific kinds, but in either case, they often react with intense fear when they're around them. As such, most people who suffer from this phobia go through exposure therapy so they can slowly get accustomed to them and eventually get over their flowery phobia. Number 6. Pediophobia. Kids around the world seem to love dolls, but if you're a sufferer of pediophobia, then you have a fear of these lifelike toys. Pediophobia is almost exclusively caused by trauma, yet what's interesting about it is that this trauma usually stems from two very different sources. The first is from pop culture, where early exposure to movies such as Chucky or Annabelle has caused many kids to subconsciously associate dolls with the terrible things being seen on screen. However, another less obvious trigger can also be our natural aversions to things that look like us but aren't us. According to Japanese roboticist Masahiro Mori, he noticed that with robots, people respond well to them even as they become more realistic. But as soon as very lifelike robots do something that is out of character for a human, they start to get really freaked out. Therefore, while many are attracted to things that look human, they develop an aversion because of the differences. In either case, someone afflicted with this condition will often become extremely uncomfortable around dolls. And for kids with the condition, it's not uncommon for them to start crying when they see one. In order to treat it, sufferers have to go through a process of gradual exposure, where they first sit in the same room as a doll, then touch it, and then either go to sleep with one or hold various types in their hands. As such, pediophobia is often considered to be a relatively easy one to cure. Number 5. Ablutophobia. Nobody likes people who stink, and if you know someone with ablutophobia, then chances are you were staying at least 2 meters away from them before the COVID-19 pandemic. That's because ablutophobia is one of the more disgusting phobias out there, as it's the fear of washing or bathing. This phobia is usually caused by a traumatic experience had when washing or bathing, such as nearly drowning in a bathtub as a child. But it can also be initiated after watching something traumatic happen to someone showering on TV, with the shower scene in Alfred Hitchcock's classic horror movie Psycho being a commonly cited trigger. In any case, ablutophobia is an anxiety disorder, which means that those who have it attach an irrational fear to bathing. But to be clear, it doesn't usually apply to kids who just don't like to take a bath, as doctors will usually only diagnose children with this condition if they exhibit an intense fear of bathing for a period of at least 6 months. As you might expect, people who suffer from ablutophobia usually give off a pretty musky smell, so they often experience social isolation and body image disorders over time. This is not to mention the fact that being dirty is physically unhealthy, and as a result, the sufferer's risk of accumulating dangerous bacteria and becoming dangerously ill increase due to their lack of bathing. In order to cure someone of this phobia, a therapist will typically have patients replace their negative self-talk around bathing with more positive messages, while also encouraging their patient to take baby steps such as turning on a shower and sitting in the bathroom with it running. Therefore, while ablutophobia may be a bit disgusting, a therapist can help sufferers clean up their act. Number 4. Arachibutyrophobia. If you've ever bitten into a delectable PB&J sandwich, then you know that peanut butter can be a little sticky. However, if you suffer from arachibutyrophobia, then that stickiness factor is ramped up a few notches, as people who suffer from this phobia have a fear of peanut butter sticking to the roof of their mouth. Now, this phobia can manifest itself in many different ways. The most common is that the sufferer is scared that the peanut butter will choke them, with the reasoning being that since it's stuck at the roof of their mouth, they won't be able to get it out. On the other hand, some simply don't like the sticky sensation, and therefore don't want any peanut butter in their mouth. As with anything, there are levels of severity to this phobia, with some people being comfortable with small amounts of peanut butter, while others won't eat any foods where it's an ingredient. Now, it shouldn't come as a surprise that arachibutyrophobia is often linked with a general fear of choking, and sometimes is caused by some sort of childhood trauma relating to a choking fit. Unfortunately, the symptoms of arachibutyrophobia can be quite an annoyance, with the most common being anxiety, a fight or flight response at even the sight of peanut butter, or even worse, an inability to swallow once peanut butter is in one's mouth. In order to cure it, sufferers often have to go through some sort of exposure therapy, with methods such as looking at photos of people safely eating peanut butter and introducing ingredients that contain trace amounts of peanut butter into one's diet, being textbook cures for the phobia. In any case, we think you'd agree that a phobia that makes you unable to eat a good old PB&J isn't all that enjoyable. Number 3. Cyberphobia. While most millennials have no problem using a computer, tablet, or laptop, for some boomers, cyberphobia has made them deviate away from these devices. This phobia is often experienced by older adults who are having trouble adapting to digital technologies, and is often associated with media phobia, which is a fear of media, and technophobia, which is a fear of technology in general. Now, what's interesting about this phobia is that while it's something caused by a traumatic experience, such as getting hacked or accidentally downloading a virus, cyberphobia is often triggered by perceived incompetence. According to anxiety specialist Lucia Wallace-Smith, cyberphobia is often worsened by the feelings of low self-esteem or fears about being judged harshly. And this makes sense, as the lack of access from a young age often makes it harder for seniors to learn the ins and outs of technology than it is for younger people who grew up using it. As such, many who suffer from this phobia believe that the gradual adoption of computers will not only make their life more difficult, but will also eventually lead to them being let go by their employer. While others fear that computers are recording their data and using it for nefarious purposes. For sufferers who don't like technology at all but will use it, they're often prone to anxiety attacks in the middle of simple technology-related tasks, such as sending emails or downloading files, if they even have the slightest bit of difficulty. However, it can thankfully be cured if a sufferer continues to learn more about technology, and thus cyberphobia is one of the few phobias where therapy will clear your anxiety and teach you a marketable skill at the same time. Number 2. Somnophobia. While most people look forward to laying back and getting a nice 8 hours of sleep, those with somnophobia absolutely dread the thought of getting some shut-eye. That's because sufferers of this phobia have a fear of sleep, and this is often caused by a number of sleep-related conditions. More specifically, it's quite common for someone to develop somnophobia after occurrences as sleep paralysis, which happens when you wake up from REM sleep with your muscles paralyzed. Nightmare disorder, which is characterized by frequent vivid nightmares that often stay with you for the entirety of the day, or insomnia, which makes you worry about whether or not you'll be able to get a good night's sleep. In any case, all of these disorders create worry and distresses about going to bed. The symptoms of somnophobia include experiencing distress as it gets closer to bedtime, staying up as long as possible, and having panic attacks when it's time to sleep. As you might imagine, this phobia can take a massive toll on your everyday life, as lack of sleep can make you less productive, irritable, and prone to mood swings. Therefore, a common and effective way to combat somnophobia is with sleep medications, which force you to hit the hay and get a deep sleep even if you don't want to. However, if you'd rather not have such a severe treatment, then you can go for cognitive behavioral therapy, which involves going to bed and getting up at specific times, regardless of how much sleep you actually get, in order to help your body combine better sleep patterns. This is also sometimes combined with exposure therapy, which involves taking short naps to build up one's ability to sleep to help your body combine that sleep deprivation can be extremely dangerous both physically and mentally. Somnophobia is definitely a condition that sufferers should try to treat ASAP. Number 1. Global phobia. When most people think of balloons, positive thoughts, birthday parties, graduation, special events often come to mind. However, for those with global phobia, anything and everything related to balloons is absolutely mortifying. Broadly speaking, global phobia is a fear of balloons. However, it often extends into several different subcategories. For most sufferers, a deflated balloon will not cause anxiety, but anxiety will often be triggered when the balloon is blown up, with it reaching a peak once the balloons are tied up and ready to go. Once blown, the fear will sometimes relate to sensory things such as the sight, noise, smell, or texture of a balloon. While for many others, it's the popping of a balloon that gets them startled. As you might imagine, this fear usually starts in childhood, with events such as a balloon popping or deflating in one's face often being a trigger for the phobia. While this often diminishes with age, for some it continues well into adulthood, and this causes complications because many sufferers will refuse to go to events where balloons are present, as the consequences of doing so would include discomfort, sweaty palms, nausea, and shaking. Interestingly enough, some people in high-up places have this fear, with Oprah Winfrey being chief among them. When pressed about the phobia by the press, she admitted that when they pop, it reminds her of gunfire, and therefore even being around balloons gives her anxiety, as she never knows when they will pop. In any case, if you're looking to get over this fear, gradual exposure therapy is often necessary. This can involve first touching a deflated balloon, then blowing one up, then having contact with an inflated balloon, and then, if possible, even popping one. While balloons may be scary to some of you, global phobia is a fear that you can certainly conquer. Watch our scary playlist for more top 15 videos about the most scary subjects. Sit back. In such a consumerist society, living in such a consumerist society, virtually everything we could ever want is available to us within just a few clicks on a website. But sometimes, whether it be of cost, availability, or simply knowing that we can do better, the best option is to make things at home yourself. With the right equipment and know-how, there's no limit to what we can create. And with that in mind, let's take a look at 15 incredible homemade inventions. Number 15, cocktail machine. Cocktail bars are great social places where you can meet your friends and have your expertly crafted drinks served to you. But quite often, this can become incredibly costly, or the bar doesn't have the ingredients needed to make your favorite drink. So the other option is to create it at home. But getting the measurements right and spending time to mix them makes time consuming. And all you want to do is sit back and relax. So to overcome this problem, someone created this incredible homemade cocktail machine loaded with 12 bottles of spirits. There's a small trolley that carries the glass backwards and forwards to add the right measures. And the most impressive of all was that the creator also designed an app which is used to order the drinks with. It currently offers all the familiar cocktails such as Dark and Stormy, Moscow Mule, and the inventor hopes that by perfecting the design could be something that's seen in homes around the world within a few years. If you had one of these in your kitchen, what would be the first drink you'd get it to make for you? Number 14, roller coaster. Amusement parks around the world entertain millions upon millions of visitors each year. And while there's a wide selection of different rides, shows, and entertainment, no park is complete without a roller coaster. It can be extremely expensive making regular visits to get you a white-knuckle fix, however, especially if you don't live nearby to a theme park. So it's become increasingly common in recent years for people to build their own backyard versions. Some are far more impressive than you can possibly imagine. One of the most famous is the Blue Flash, which was built by John Ivers in Bruceville, Indiana. He began with 10 feet of straight track in his shed, and he placed a retrofitted car seat on top of. He continued to add track pieces by trial and error. With no background in ride design or engineering, you might think it would turn out to be a disaster. But Ivers proved what dedication and creativity can produce. By the time he had finished, it included a full loop, a conveyor chain that's powered by an engine, multiple support towers, and even flag mounts. He originally built it for his grandchildren, and the 24-second run around the tracks will hardly win any coaster design awards. But it was the novelty of the Blue Flash that led it to becoming so legendary that people from all over the world began to visit with the hope that they could try it for themselves. It's not exactly easy to get a hold of the owners to be allowed to go, though, so your best bet is to either try to build one yourself or visit a park instead. Number 13, hover bike. With increasingly efficient engine technology, it's become possible to create designs that just a few decades ago would have seemed impossible. And while larger manufacturing companies aren't exactly releasing a range of futuristic machines to enthusiasts, if you have an idea and are dedicated to it and are willing to learn engineering skills, then you can build just about anything. A popular device that's more feasible to build in your backyard is a hover bike. Yep, that's right. Working on a very similar principle to drones, backyard inventors around the world have come up with various designs of how to make the concept work. What's usually common between them all is that there's a seated position at the center, one that's often made from the chassis of a motorbike, but it has its wheels removed, and in their place, giant horizontal fans are installed. These can be hooked up to the bike's engine to provide enough power, and if it's done right, you can hover several feet above the ground. Of course, it takes practice to balance properly, and there are some serious safety concerns of having such large fan blades whirring around so close. But there's no reason why, in the future, we can't all have one of these to help us get around our backyards. Number 12, paper shredder. Throughout our lives, we collect so much junk that it's almost impossible to know what to do with it all. Paper is one of the worst culprits, and can build up such large quantities that a store-bought shredder simply won't cut it. This ingenious inventor was tired of slowly feeding each sheet through a weak shredder, so decided that the best solution was to build one of his own on an industrial scale. By using a 7.5 kilowatt, 1500 RPM AEG 3-phase motor, some 40mm shafts and bearings, and 12 blades from a rotary mower, he was able to build probably one of the most dangerous, but at the same time awesome, backyard creations ever. Unlike the ones you buy in stores, there are no safety features here, so you better be careful how close your hands get to the blades. But as you can see, it makes light work of anything you throw in it. It'll tear up individual sheets, phone books, large pieces of cardboard, probably bigger, tougher objects beyond just paper. And it turns it all into manageable pieces that can be burned or disposed of. Of course, the resulting pieces are still quite large and could conceivably be pieced back together, so something like this isn't recommended for disposing of sensitive documents. Number 11, sausage maker. For people who eat meat, sausages are some of the tastiest product you can get. But if you ever worried about the quality of the ingredients that are used, you've probably seen countless stories of how it's just the cuts that can't be sold in any other way that go into the sausage mix. But there's one way that you can be sure only the best quality produce is used, by making your own. One option is to take a mincer and some sausage wrapping and make them by hand. But this is an incredibly time-consuming and energetic process. So what if there was an alternative? This inventor came up with an incredible solution by building his own hydraulic sausage maker. To make things even more impressive, the only parts he uses are the ones you'll find lying around in every home. He began with a 4-inch PVC tube, although any size will do, and then took a plastic chopping board, which he cut circles out of that would snugly fit into a tube to make a piston. And finally, by attaching a hose to the piston and a water supply, the device was ready. All it then takes is to fill the tube with your freshly made sausage mix, attach the sausage skin to the other end, and then turn on the tap. Piston will move forward and squeeze the sausage meat out of the machine and into the skin. And before you know it, you'll have the best tasting sausages you've had in your life. Number 10. Hydraulic hedge cutter. Anyone with a large backyard will know that the amount of time you need to dedicate to maintenance can become unsustainable. By the time you mow the lawn, trim the hedges, and tend to the flowers, you have to start all over again. So there's a whole range of homemade gardening tools that were invented with the aim of significantly reducing the time it takes to complete that job. Probably the most impressive, though, is this hydraulic hedge cutter. The man behind it has a hedge on his property that's almost 1,000 feet long, 10 feet tall and 10 feet thick, and as you can imagine, it takes forever to trim it by hand. The solution that he came up with involved converting a tractor and fitting a hydraulic rotary blade on the end of an arm. So all he had to do was simply drive in a straight line alongside the hedge, and his machine would take care of the rest. Over the years, he's further enhanced the design, and now he's able to trim the entire hedge within an hour, something that would have taken days to complete previously. Number 9. Jet ski. Water sports are some of the most popular recreational activities around the world, particularly in hot weather, but quite often some of the more exhilarating pursuits can be hard to access. Unless you're staying at a resort or have a water sports venue near you, you'll rarely have a chance to ride a jet ski. For example, unless that is you can justify spending thousands of dollars on buying your own. But for a fraction of the price, an inventor has proven that it's possible to build one of your own. This one, for example, is built from reclaimed marine plywood and wood, which has been coated in waterproof paint. He then installed a 7.5 horsepower boat engine, which is connected to a propeller. And as you can see, he's able to pick up some reasonable speed on the water. You might be thinking that it's not a proper jet ski, and you'd be right, because the fiberglass ones you see shooting across the waves pump water through jets instead of using propellers. But since this one just cost a few $100s to make, no one's complaining. You've just got to be very careful, because without safety features you'll find on commercial models, the last thing you'd want to find yourself is in the water with the propeller still operating.
We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button.
Number 8. Egg collection system. Most of us are so reliant on stores to provide us with all the food that we need that there's a real risk that in difficult times it's possible to get a hold of even the most basic of ingredients. To add to this, food products are usually mass-produced, to such an extent that even fresh produce isn't as flavorful as it should be. So many people have turned to growing or making it themselves. One particularly popular way of doing this is to keep chickens who, if looked after properly, will provide you with a stunning egg each day that's far better than anything you'll find on a store shelf. One of the difficulties with this, though, is that we all live in rather time-poor lives, and it can be quite an effort to search the coop every day to find the eggs, especially if you have a large number of chickens. To solve this inventor has built their own coop which has an automatic egg collection system. The basic principle behind it is that they use platforms that are covered with AstroTurf to encourage the chickens to sit in a specific position when they lay their egg. And all the owners have to do is lift up the panel and all the eggs are waiting there for them to collect easily. Number 7. Helicopter. We're used to having a variety of personal vehicles such as cars, bikes, and even boats. But there's yet to be a mass-market flying vehicle available at a reasonable price level for everyday consumers. While we may still be quite a way off of this becoming a reality, some inventors aren't willing to wait and have taken matters into their own hands. Possibly the most famous of this is a creation by Ken Wallace, a former wing commander in the British Royal Air Force. In the late 1960s, he designed and developed and built his own autogyro, which is a helicopter-like aircraft. Known as the Wallace WA-116 Agile, he built a number of different versions, with the most powerful one being fitted with a 120-horsepower Meteor Alpha supercharged two-stroke engine. At 11 feet long, with a two-bladed fixed-pitch pusher propeller, the vehicle is able to reach a maximum altitude of 10,000 feet, a top speed of 100 miles an hour, and an operating range of 241 miles. It's absolute proof that if you put your mind to it, anything is possible. And if you've always wanted a helicopter of your own, there's no reason why you can't just build it yourself. Number 6. Water drilling machine. While a large number of people in the world live in communities where utility services provide basic things that we need to survive, there are even more that aren't so fortunate, especially in rural areas, and something as simple as water can be difficult to obtain. One option, of course, is to live close to a river or make daily journeys to collect the water. But you could instead build your own water drilling machine that will dig a well on your property. That's what this next inventor from Huntsville, Alabama did, and while the design may seem rudimentary, the results speak for themselves. Working on a similar principle to how an oil drill works, the machine twists and agitates the drill bit that's at the end of the pipe, drills it deeper into the ground until it reaches a water source. Once that happens, the pressure of the subterranean water is enough to force it up the pipe, ready for it to be collected, and the best thing of all is that the water will be fresher, purer than anything you receive from the water company. It's not suitable for everyone, but if you have a large plot of land that requires a lot of water to maintain, it can easily become the most economical way of doing it. Number 5. Night vision goggles. Have you ever seen someone on TV using night vision goggles and wished you had a set for yourself? Sure, you can go online and pick up some for a few $100, but this inventor managed to find a way to make their own night vision goggles for less than $30. All it took was 2 infrared-capable car cameras, some extremely cheap VR goggles that are sold for use with smartphones, and an infrared flashlight. By taking all the unnecessary parts out of the goggles, it's then possible to cut holes in the back and install the car cameras into them, and then mount the flashlight on the front. When it's dark, the torch will illuminate objects in front of you with infrared light that will then be picked up by the cameras. Because they're mounted in the headset, the screen on the back of each one will project an image into each of your eyes. This way, you'll get 3D vision of your surroundings, no matter how dark it is. And it's a cheap and effective solution that's an alternative to the high-cost products on the market. Number 4. Lawnmower Go-Kart. You have more than likely seen homeowners, particularly those with large backyards, having lawnmowers that are much more like small tractors, which can be sat on and driven around a garden instead of relying on being pushed around. They enable you to cover a much larger area while in complete comfort. But have you ever wondered just how fast they can go, and whether you could race them? Since they're built like small vehicles and have a powerful enough engine to move around on powerful mower blades at the same time, they can be turned into surprisingly nimble and fast go-karts. All you need to do is remove the unnecessary bodywork and machinery, tweak a few parts, and add some new wheels, and you're ready to go. Inventors around the world have given this a go, and some of the results are incredible. It's actually now such a popular pastime that regular lawnmower races are organized, which gives inventors the opportunity to show off their latest designs and encourage them to push their ideas much further than anyone would think possible. Next time you look outside and dread the fact that the grass needs to be cut, just think of the fun that you could be having if you truly put your mind to it. Number 3. Jetpack. For decades, partly thanks to movies that have shown devices in action, people have dreamt of being able to have their very own personal jetpacks. Not only would they be insanely fun to fly, but also offer a useful way to get to your destination without having to worry about getting caught up in traffic. But so far, no company has been able to bring one to the market. There are 2 main reasons for this. The first is the difficulty in getting the technology to work properly, and the second is the safety concerns that come with using a device that's strapped to your back with a powerful jet on it. That hasn't stopped some home inventors from trying to build their own jetpacks, though. Some designs have proven to be surprisingly successful. Clearly inspired by the wish to be a real-life Iron Man, Richard Browning, a British inventor, unveiled the Daedalus Flight Pack in 2016. It's probably the closest that anyone's got to a practical design. It uses 6 micro-gas turbines to provide the thrust, and these are attached to the user by metal frames. There's an inbuilt heads-up display that provides all the data needed to fly it safely, such as speed, how much fuel is left, altitude, and temperature gauges. and this allows users, after practice, to safely reach an altitude of up to 2,000 feet at speeds of up to 35 miles an hour. Currently, the flight pack has an operational time of 10 minutes because of how much fuel it can hold, and costs around $250,000 to build. Browning expects that the price will fall rapidly with further development, and the flight time will be improved to be more practical in a few years. Who knows? Within a decade, this could be how we all get around. Number 2, hot tub. Recently, we've all had to spend far more time at home than was normal before. And this has led to everyone dedicating their efforts to improving the quality of their living arrangements. One of the most popular products is a hot tub, but these can prove to be incredibly expensive. And that's if you can even find a store that actually has them in stock in the first place. Luckily, all a hot tub really is a small pool with a heating element to warm the water up. And there's a number of ingenious inventors who've decided to go it alone and create one themselves. To start with, you need to build a watertight tub, which can be in any shape and size you like. The only important thing is that there's a pipe that leads from it that the water can travel through. This will take it to the heat. At the other end of the pipe, there's a furnace, which again can be designed in any way you like, but probably looks best if it's where you build a wood fire. It needs to direct the heat against the pipe, and when it does, it'll heat the water up. What's really clever about a system like this is that when the water is warm, it becomes less dense than colder water, so it starts to rise up the pipe and back into the tub, and pushes cold water down towards the furnace. This creates a constant flow of water that keeps the hot tub warm, and if done right, is far cheaper than the commercial versions. Number 1, slip and slides. Theme parks are some of the biggest visitor attractions in any country, but when temperatures begin to rise, we all start looking for a place to cool off, and that's when water parks truly come into their own. Water slides can be just as fun as a roller coaster, which is why companies like Disney have dedicated water parks of their own. But the great thing about the slides is that as long as you have a piece of land with a gradient, you can build your own. Quite often you'll see people having made their own slip and slide by putting plastic sheeting onto the side of a hill, and then covering it in soap and water. But you can do so much better than this. Some inventors have taken things to the next level, and by applying their engineering prowess, created slides just as exciting as the ones you'll find at water parks. Sewage pipes are ideal for this, as long as they haven't already been used, because they tend to be wide enough for people to fit inside, come in large pieces, and they're safe to slide down when they're wet. Others have built wood frames to hold their slides in place. And the benefit of this is that you can add extra elements from twists and turns to a full loop. The question, though, is would you feel brave enough to take on one of these backyard creations yourself?
We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button.
Interesting stuff there. Interesting. Again, sorry about the echo. I don't know. I had everything off, and yeah, just maybe next time I'll just go through regular YouTube or something. I don't know. All right, have a good night, everybody. Thank you for coming. Happy New Year's. We'll see you next time, I guess. You guys held out for a while. Thanks. I was fading, I know. All right. Great night. We'll see you guys next time. I'll have some things planned. I don't know. All right. Good night.